Township Trustees for August 11th, 2025 to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Here.
Trustee Rail.
Here.
Trustee Bullard.
Here. That takes us to public comment. Anybody who would like to speak may come to the lectern and speak. Hearing none, we'll move on to the approval of minutes. Do I have any motions?
Mr. Chair, I do have feedback provided for the February 24th and March 6th meeting. I was unclear if we had previously also approved the February 10th meeting, but it's not on the agenda for tonight.
I was thinking we had, but I don't know if we.
Did we? Because I don't think I provided the feedback until recently. Did we previously approve the meeting minutes, Mr. Fiscal Officer?
On the 10th?
For February 10th, yeah.
I'm thinking you did, but I have to go back and check.
Okay, so let's hold off on that until we know this certainty.
Okay, and then in addition, for the February 24th regular meeting, it was noted that there were inserts that were left off. And I did go through and correct it for grammar and spelling and general context, but I did not go through to review the insertions. So if we're prepared to move forward, assuming that the insertions are included as designated therein, I am happy to bring the motion forward.
I would kind of like to see the answers, quite frankly.
Okay.
I'll get on it.
Okay, because there was one in particular that I was interested in that I wanted to see. But I thought the general comments were right.
Okay, and I do just want to note that the February 10th meeting minutes were sent on Monday at July 14th at 5:09 p.m., which we met at 5:30, so I am pretty confident that we did not approve those meeting minutes at the July meeting. However, I am prepared to bring that forward. It does also have some insertions, but we didn't have the same level of degree of reference to that within the meeting minutes, so I'm happy to bring that forward.
Any objection?
Move to approve the February 10th regular meeting minutes and the March 6th special meeting minutes and dispense with the reading. So moved.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes. I believe that takes us to an executive session for two matters. Do I have a motion in that regard?
Would you mind providing the context for which of the two motions? Is it G3 imminent and G1?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, move to recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G1 to consider appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, and G3 conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action with the Board of Trustees, the fiscal officer, Mr. Paul Lafayette, the Township Administrator, anybody else? All present.
I second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes. We are in executive session.
must not be coming. 'Cause
How do you get your picture back? At the stage. There we go. Sorry about that.
Make a motion to, we return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Ford?
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
Trustee Greal?
Yes.
We are back in regular session. We did meet in executive session, no decisions were made, no actions were taken. That takes us to road department, and we did receive a roads update. Are there any questions? We're going to move on to requisitions.
No.
So requisitions, first one, CO8-01.
Make a motion that, well, this is for our HP Provo 16-inch screen. Price is expected to be $899.99 with contingency. I make a motion that we approve requisition C08-01 in the amount of $989.99 to IT Made Real for the purchase of a up-to-date computer for the Evergreen Cemetery System.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. So this would come out of cemetery fund, correct?
Yes.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
Trustee Greal?
Yes.
It's just a C08-02.
Correct. This is for the rental of a skid steer loader for work in the cemetery in the national area in the amount of $18.60. I make a motion that we approve requisition C08-02 to Ohio Capital in the amount of $1865.64.
Second.
Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Again, this will come out of cemetery fund, correct?
That's correct.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Greal?
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes. Next one is a new laptop for the road department, R08-01, and in the amount of $989.99 to IT Made Real. I make a motion that we approve that requisition to IT Made Real, the amount of $989.99. So,
Second.
Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. And this will come out of the roads fund, correct?
correct.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Greal?
Yes.
Next one is our monthly purchases with credit card and other expenses that have been incurred in the amount of $2,433.55. With which is attached. I make a motion that we approve the purchases that have been made in the amount of $2,433.65. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Ford, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Greal?
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
And the next item is the requisition. The next item is in the matter of approving speed limit revisions for Sherman Road, Township Road 134 between Africa Road, County Road 21, South 3B and Cave Road, located in Berlin Township. I make the motion that we approve the resolution dated August 11th, 2025 for the Berlin Township Board of Trustees in the matter of approving speed limit revisions for Sherman Road. So moved. Second.
Second.
Okay.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Boyd, second by trustee Rail. Discussion.
And just to confirm, this is an exploration of adjusting the speed limit, it's not an adjustment of the speed
No,
This is
this
to
is
reduce.
this is the conclusion of the speech
limit.
study.
The conclusion, so there'll be signage and,
So what'll happen is this is saying, so the speech study is done, this is what the speech study recommended. And then this is you guys approving the recommendation of the speech study, then the county will then send to ODOT for it to be lowered. It'll probably be about 3 weeks. And then once the ODOT approves it, then we can put the signs up.
perfect, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Thank you.
And that is resolution number what?
I don't think it is it's a resolution number. This is resolution 25-8-8.
Just a kind note, I appreciate the work on this, and I'm glad that it's been able to move forward swiftly.
I concur. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail.
Yes,
Trustee Bullard.
Oh, you already have to say that.
trustee Bullard,
Yes. Voting yes.
yes, he said yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes. Motion passes.
And as you can see from the activity of the lot. Any questions on any of it?
No, I appreciate the, information because it helps us know exactly what's going on and it shows me.
And we're continuing to make progress on moving the fuel tank and getting that all taken care of.
I know that's easily said, but a lot of work.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so without objection, I think there's a late item, so that, road supervisor can address this without having to wait till the end of the meeting. During that objection, we'll talk about the sign proposal. So, Jesse, would you like to get that discussion?
So the sign out front, we've had controller issues and it is currently turned off because it will not update. The sign controller in the past has been replaced approximately every 2 to 2.5 years. I found the original documentation from the sign. They said the life of the sign was expected to be 11 years. That was March 2014. So to replace the controller with paying someone and having it shipped here is going to be around $7,000. And then you have 3 proposals for new, well, 2 proposals. I have one on my phone for a new sign. And it's whatever the board wants. If they want that one fixed, just know we're on borrowed time with it. And it's been like every 2 to 2.5 year replacement for the controller.
So I'll leave the discussion on this, or I'll comment first. I don't particularly like the sign, it's not compliant with sign, and I actually don't really want to operate it to something that's more non-compliant.
Okay, I think that I agree with what I believe to be a statement of disapproval for the sign generally.
Yes.
Okay. And what I do think is necessary is that we have some point of public notice for the time being, because a lot of residents, including a lot of children and people transporting into the city of Delaware for work, do look at that sign, and I think it's a good community tool for communication. And that said, I would be in favor of keeping the cost as low as possible to get it up and running. And if we were to explore building or something like that, address the more comprehensive challenges at that time.
What are your thoughts on the sign?
And to be clear, I'm recommending a $7,000 fix. Okay.
I've got a question, as much as I've got it. statement on it, but right now we got the sign on here. We didn't hit the sign at the fire station because of some issues with the county and that sort of thing. Talking to Chris Nolan, he said he would work with us, or look at working with us, to be able to put the sign down there, not put the tower on the fire station and that sort of stuff. Would it be, just extrapolating that a little bit, would it be better to have the sign down there or here? And if we decided to move the sign, that sort of thing, I'm not saying we gotta have the sign here. If we had it down there, that would be another place to put it, maybe make it more usable. Only thing is basically in that roundabout, people down visiting, going around the roundabout, and trying to do that. Here is less, traffic, interference.
So what I would think of personally is if it were down at the Lackey State address, I would see it being put not at the roundabout. I would see it being put where a new facility would be placed.
Yeah.
If a new facility was being placed. So people would not be able to see it from Church, they won't be able to see it from Lackey State.
Yeah,
And the thing is, I don't know whether there's more traffic down there for township residents, because I think it's for the township residents, or here.
Well, here you're going to have more population, but they're not all township residents necessarily.
yeah. I agree, I think it would make sense if we were to build a facility to have it over a little bit further away from the roundabout for safety purposes. But I like the idea of it being there as a long-term plan. But we're talking, this solution would be a 2 to 3 year fix, at which time we could look very different in terms of staffing and where we're living.
That leads us to say that the quick fix, make it work, is probably the better idea. The long fix is do something that
Integrate it into the
makes sense
design.
right for the song.
Yeah, integrate it into this design in the future.
And if we do the $35,000 investment to change this sign, that kind of puts it there and kind of makes it permanent. Whereas if we move the sign, put it in more
When you use the word, you don't really need to
Replace.
replace them.
well, that's right, I mean replace.
Yeah.
But what I mean is move the location of the sign.
Yeah.
So,
Not the sign itself.
and I don't want to debate the following within the mind, because I don't feel you might not be here, I think you're hoping, but who knows? So what it sounds like I'm hearing is that you both think that sign should still exist.
Yes, for 2 more years, which is the $7,000 fix.
Is that your thoughts on
And out of that, I think, what we need to do is come back with a, what we cost to just fix the sign that's out there. And
The 7,500.
7,500 to fix the sign out there and get it up and running, and you can have it done by the time school starts.
It'll be close, school starts next week, so if I can get someone here, we can overnight the part. That's what the cost of overnighting it, because that's coming from California.
We just need appropriations.
Yeah.
That's appropriate,
Yeah.
if you're in favor of it.
the thing that concerns me about the sign that's out there is we've gone through this about every 3 to 4 years since we put the sign in, to have it fixed. And it would seem to me like the sign should last a little bit longer than that, especially if it was working okay. Maybe there's a different sign, maybe there's some different alternatives in the long run. But fixing that sign makes it so that it's usable, certainly usable in the future. So no more on a pot than it says 4 years from now, we gotta do it again.
Well, I would say-
$8,000 to have some
For,
contingency,
To what?
an appropriation for $8,000 to Clearpoint.
Well, no, because I gotta do it too, because I won't order it through, unless we have them order it.
Okay.
So I don't know, just appropriation, we have to fix this, a blanket for me to fix this.
Let's do it.
I feel more comfortable.
It's actually a super blanket, I think.
Yes, because it's too good.
Move to appropriate $8,000 with the anticipated cost being $7,500 for the purposes of a super blanket to fix the township the sign located outside of the township hall.
So, second.
Moved by trustee Rail, second by trustee Bullard, discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Anything else for votes?
Does anybody have anything?
Thank you, Jesse.
So that takes us to fire. We also have a monthly trustee report. Questions in regards to that? I appreciate this, it's also just down on the meeting, but I do want to touch on touch truck that was well attended, and we appreciate the work that went into that. I also like the fire types incident.
Yeah, that's running the software, so. I'm working on the training. The training, we're having some struggles with getting the actual number of hours. Data entry, full cause that we just haven't figured out yet, so.
And something that I have mentioned before that I would like to see is the response time in the tone out versus how long it takes to get on scene.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I know that when it goes to getting to the scene, there are things that play into that. If the train is across the tracks, you can't respond fast and you can't ram the train, and I get that.
Or if they go down the wrong driveway, it takes 10 minutes to turn around.
That's a little difficult. So that takes us to resolutions.
Yep.
So, Chief, will you do this on that?
Yep, first one will be 2025-048, which is our normal credit card non-requisition bill. 25-23-37 is the amount there.
There are 2 follow-up requisitions to
Yeah.
this because they're over 500, which is an amount of the organizational limits.
Okay, thank you. So, I move to approve resolution 2025-048, for an amount of 25-23 for the non-requisition bills. Moved by Chair, second by trustee Bullard, discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
2025-049 will be to the Knox Company for our Knox Connect renewal. Those are the lock boxes inside the apparatus that contain our Knox keys to keep them secure. The amount of $584.
I move that we approve resolution 2025-049 to Knox Company for an amount of $584. Moved by the chair, second by trustee Bullard, discussion, please call the roll.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
The next one will be 2025-050 to Heritage Fire Equipment. I'm gonna offer some explanation to this. As you know, engine 393 is at Heritage getting the repairs made for, on the accident in February involving the building. While the truck was there, we had them look over the vehicle and recommend some other repairs that were needed. That's what this requisition is about. It'll be in the amount of $12,193.21 for additional repairs. This would have been done probably next year. When the new engine arrives, my plan was to send that truck in for a bit of a refurb. This will take care of a lot of those things that need to be done. There's things such as corrosion around our steps on the side of the truck, which is a safety issue. They're going to fix that sort of thing. Some of the door handles were starting to fail us. There's valves in the pump that need repaired. There's a laundry list of items that they're going to work on. So I'm requesting that funding be allocated for that amount.
So, is this in addition to the repairs that were required from the mishap?
Yes, this is an additional, we asked them to look the truck over and offer their opinion on some things. That
So
need
it's
to be done.
segregated, so the insurance company will pay for.
I already have the check for the insurance company sitting on my desk, waiting for them to be completed with it. The insurance company will take care of that portion of the repair. We will take care of this portion that's completely separate.
I mean, that we approve appropriation for requisition 2025-050 for an amount of $12,193.21 for two Heritage Fire equipment for the Parks and Rec. Moved by the chair, seconded by the trustee board. Discussion, that does include an amount of $2,032.20 for possible incidentals. The expected cost is $10,161.01. Further discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
2025-051 will be to commercial parts and service for parts and labor for repairing the stove at the firehouse. We had some significant issues with that stove, and when I got the bill, it was over the $500. So it was also included in the 0448 requisition as well. But because it's over the $500, we did a separate requisition for it. So $781 is the amount for this one.
Okay, so I move that we approve requisition 2025-051 for an amount of $781, which has already been included in the previous requisition. Moved by the chair, seconded by the trustee. Discussion. Call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
2025-052 to breathing air systems for our semi-annual preventative maintenance parts, fees, and an oil drain valve in the amount of $726.18. And again, this was included in the 048 requisition as well, but since it was over $500, we did a separate
So I
requisition.
move that we approve requisition number 2025-052 to breathing air systems for an amount of $726.18 for oil drain valves and annual preventative maintenance parts and fees, which has already been included in the previous requisition.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Call roll.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
That takes us then to, transitions and recruitment, which also includes resignations.
Yes.
If you'd like to address the first one, please.
I have two part-time resignations. The first one will be Sarah St. John, who would like to have resigned effective August 1st, 2025. She's working several jobs and just doesn't have time to dedicate to the department.
So I move that we the acceptance of resignation from Sarah St. John, effective 8/1/2025.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
The second resignation will be from Lisa Haney, who wanted her resignation to be effective Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. And again, same reason, she's working several different jobs and just doesn't have time to dedicate to the department as well.
Is she the one that used to be with, or is with EMS?
Yeah, she still works for Delaware County EMS. She now also has full-time employment at the city of Westerville.
I move that we accept Lisa Tony's resignation effective July 30th, 2025, with regret.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. I think this one is a particular loss because she had a great deal of experience with EMS that we can imagine. And she had great respect from everybody that worked with her. So I think that one was a loss. Not that the others aren't lost, but I think skill and experience and training was unmatched.
Sorry to see her go.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
And the last one I have really isn't a resignation, and it's more falls under the transition portion where firefighter Brandon Conley is being moved from the firefighter operational area into administration to take over as our fire inspector, fire prevention. So he's written a letter resigning his position as a firefighter to transition into that fire inspector role on August 18th, 2025.
So, for clarity, it's an end date and a start date.
Yes.
So I move as fire inspectors, the title is that what the title is?
Yes.
So I move that we accept Brandon Connolly's resignation as a firefighter effective August 18th, 2025. We need a time because they can't have two roles at the same time.
Go 800. We'll transition to go 800 on that day.
We've already hired him then.
Yes.
Effective August
And-
18th.
And note that his position as fire inspector is also effective August 18th at 800 hours.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
No.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion?
We already established pay rate.
Yes.
Yes.
Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rayo.
Yes.
In addendum to that, I would ask that the board declare the position vacant and authorize me to begin a hiring process for to fill his on-shift position. His position that would be vacated on shift.
So moved
Second.
by chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rayo.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard. Trustee O'Brien.
Yes. Further discussion for fire department?
If you have something for me, that's all I have for tonight. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Welcome, thank you. Chief. Okay, that takes us to cemetery.
Who seconded that?
Me.
Thank you.
Do we want to take care of this now or want to wait?
The resolution or we do not have anyone in attendance tonight, but we can go ahead and do the acceptance of the donation.
Okay. So, I move that we accept the $15,000 donation from Deanna Chillis for the expense of the installation of paper pathways at Chestnut Cemetery.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
I think that this is a very generous donation provided by the family and an honorarium to them. Appreciate the signatures provided, and we'll make certain that the families of the donors receive this, and want to express heartfelt appreciation.
Yes.
I think that's very good, and I would like to see a plaque or something with the park saying that they did that at the cemetery. We need to be a little bit careful because we may have this going on several times, so we may want to make sure the plaque is readable. Should be something that, because I think it should recognize.
Yeah, I know that there's somebody that at the Berlin High School, they do engraving of a brick. And it's like $75, $80, and maybe there's a price point where if you donate a certain amount to our cemeteries, you get a.
We are currently working on that piece, continuing on the landscaping. We're not finished out there, and then the flagpole as well. So those are all still moving pieces that we are actively working on.
So I think I'm in concurrence, but I also want to make sure that we also recognize.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. I'm very pleased with all of that. Administrator Hale, do you want to talk about the installation?
It's 2 lines.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess I'm out of order. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rayo.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes. But did you want to talk just about the installation? Because I think they did
Sure, rock solid landscaping, installed that for the township, and it is a great addition. Makes that area a lot more friendly to walk around. We are not done with the improvements, so I think we will be working on them even until next spring. But we are still working with the local VA to look at what we can do as far as honoring the conflicts around the base of the flagpole. And then there's some additional landscaping. We need to make sure that those who have donated are appropriately acknowledged within that space. So looking forward to the improvements. So far, they're looking really nice.
Nice.
It's much more welcoming.
Yes. And I do want to thank our road staff that took the time to clean up the fences and the brick, and it definitely helped that area.
It looks fantastic. Now, is Rock Solid's portion complete?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Is there a particular reason, one question with with pergola that's red?
Okay, so, yes, there is.
Yeah.
So, Trustee Ford in the 90s asked the owners of the cornerstones of all the, I'll call them cornerstones, but they're really semicircles, of all the one-room schoolhouses of Berlin Township to donate those. And so they were assured that they would be taken care of. And they lined up on the side of the driveway. And the board decided that they would include that over in this area. And then the schoolhouse structure was built.
Painted red, in honor of the schoolhouse representation.
So that's the reason. Now, I'm not sure I totally blew up it, but that's the reason.
Was there any intentionality behind choosing red at the time versus, other than red is generally representative of the school? But
Do you know?
okay, thank you, Jenna.
Do you want to do the financial part of the donation now, or wait for the fiscal officer part?
So, what is your pleasure?
Let's go ahead and do it now. First thing is we adjust the original rock solid, purchase order down $15,000. I've got an adjustment document here. You can sign that if that's okay. Okay. Go ahead and approve it if you want. That's what you want to do.
Well, our signatures usually do the approval.
There is.
And we have
a-
already appropriated the funds.
But we can sign off on it.
Why not?
Followed by
It's really no. It's happening.
an additional, an appropriation that'll let us take the money that's the donation. Of course, I won't do any of this until I actually deposit the check on it.
Okay. So we already approved the appropriation.
Yeah, we already did.
Yeah. Did that a couple months ago, I think. And then here would be the final check. I thank you.
So I think it was just a straight read.
Okay, excellent. I'm very well take care of that. Here, pass these in now as well.
Thank you very kindly.
You thought you were getting one signature, Trustee Willard, you got you.
So I think we need to wait on Administrator Hill to. of the cemetery section?
Yes, we have a candidate, Hannah Jellin, who has some background and relevant experience in the death services field and is very interested in this position. And I would recommend that the board appoint her to start effective tomorrow.
I appreciate that. We do have a resolution before us. Any questions before I make a motion?
Do we need a resolution?
Yes. What would be the next resolution number?
25-8-20.
I move a resolution.
Can I ask a question? Who will she work for?
Currently, as it stands, they report to me. However,
Understand. That's
Yes.
fine. I just want to make sure that was.
I move a resolution appointing Hannah Jellin, cemetery sexton, as provided to us and to be included in the minutes in its entirety.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
I am very impressed with her resume and commensurate experience, and glad that she's interested in the position and looking forward to having her start.
I concur on deciding to get someone in the position.
Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
That takes, anything else for cemetery? That takes us to zoning department, township operations specialist, transition and recruitment.
yes, we have, I believe at the last meeting, last special meeting, the board voted to appoint Jenna Gosha to cemetery clerk. And so we now have her transitioning from the township operations specialist position. So I request that the board accept her resignation concurrent with her starting her new role and declare that position as vacant.
I believe that it was 8/29 she was
Yes.
going to start her new role.
Correct.
Okay, so 8/28 would be the resignation, 8/29 would be the beginning of her new role. And then, I'll move for that first, and then as far as declaring the position,
Just do one at a time.
yeah, I'm not bringing it forward.
Okay.
And as far, I'm gonna do it in two parts, but as far as moving the declaration of the vacancy, would the hours remain the same?
I would request that the board consider looking at this, making this role full-time for more administrative support for the township.
Okay, same hourly rate, but increasing the hours. I think they're currently,
If I could take a look at the position description and bring forward some materials at the meeting on the 25th.
okay, so we'll declare it vacant today, but maybe transition it to full-time next meeting.
Yes.
Okay, move to accept the resignation of Jenna Gosha effective 8/28, 11:59 PM.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes. Move to declare the township specialist position vacant as of 8/29, 12:01 AM.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes. BZA compensation.
Yes, we have received a request from BZA members as part of some upcoming lawsuit matters that they will be participating in outside of the scope of just attending the BZA meetings, that will be taking hours of their time, requesting that the board consider compensating them. Checked with our legal counsel, that is within the board's discretion to do so. There is an hourly rate zoning board members' attendance at informal meetings. The rate is $23.13 for 2025.
So I'm not opposed to it, but I want them to document the hours. What is the board's vote?
I think that makes sense, and then they would report the hours to the fiscal officer or the township administrator.
Generally, I believe they've been reporting them to the assistant zoning inspector, but in this case, specifically because of this matter, I believe it would be appropriate for them to report them to me, and then I can give them to fiscal officer Jordan.
Well, and I think that we, not just looking at it from this one instance, but broadening it out, I think that this should probably be a standard practice if we have BZA or other folks that are not paid the way that trustees are paid with the monthly expense. Because it came down to the way that they're paid and how you break down the pay, as I understand it, that we could pay them hourly for this, right?
I believe in talking to Dave, he said it's board discretion to be able to do so.
Trustee board discussion? Do you have a motion?
Yeah, well, I thought I did, now I don't know how much to actually appropriate. So it would be this times, and we could times it by 9 hours and times it by 5 people, right?
Let's see. Conservatively, 9 hours should cover it.
So why don't
Move to approve the pay at an hourly rate.
or you could do a total amount, and then if they exceed a certain number.
$2,000 should likely cover it. I don't anticipate it going that much, but that would give us more than enough.
Yeah, okay,
Out of the zoning fund.
of course, yes. Move to appropriate $2,000 for the purposes of pay for the BZA related to provision of depositions to be recorded and provided to the administrator and to come from the zoning funds.
Second. Moved by trustee Rail, second by trustee Board, discussion, please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes,
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Anything else for zoning? I did see we got a zoning report.
we did get those zoning reports, well done. And I don't know if you gentlemen were aware that last year we had approved over 350 home permits. We're not on that same trajectory this year. Last year, it seemed like we had the Hyde Preserve and a number of homes in Berlin Farm coming up. And now we're back on track with where we had been a couple of years prior for looking at around 200 new home permits. But aggregate is, you're looking at 700 plus homes over the last 3-4 years. And that's a significant amount.
Yes. Further discussion regarding zoning?
I just want to make a note here that I'd like to have in our organizational meeting perhaps some provision for litigation, as increasingly developers are getting litigious. I think we need to be intentional about that provision of what happens when our BZC, our BZA, how can we support them in ensuring that we are complying and that they're following proper legal protocol in accordance with our zoning resolution. So I plan to bring back to the board a little bit more of a comprehensive plan around some of that training related to BZA and BZC, as well as commensurate with pay.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us then to fiscal officer items, payment list checks. Okay, so give me a moment, please. Okay, so I move that we approve positive pay file report dated 7/30/2025, at 10:04 a.m. for warrant 32963 for an amount of $5,100.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
yes,
trustee O'Brien,
Yes. I move that we approve positive pay file report dated 8/4/2025 at 3:37 p.m. for warrant 32964 only for an amount of $33,967.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Real. Discussion. Please call the roll.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
yes,
I move that we approve positive pay file dated 8/9/2025 at 3:32 p.m. for warrants 32966 through 32987 inclusive, and 32989 through 32994 inclusive for an amount of $39,060.51.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
trustee Bullard,
yes,
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes, I move that we approve positive pay file dated 8/11/2025 at 4:15 p.m. for warrant 32995 for an amount of $17,914.92.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Real. Discussion.
Is it because these were processed in 3 different ways that they're coming through
Well, they were processed in 4 different.
at 4 different times?
I had during the period, interim period, people come to me and say, I need a check now. New rule, we're not doing that anymore. You wait until the next meeting.
Well, there's always an exception to the rule, right?
Well, we're turning the exception into the rule.
Oh, fair
The
enough,
exception is
fair enough.
becoming
What's that?
the rule. Everybody comes and wants.
Fair enough,
Yeah,
Mr. Fiscal Officer. So
We're
let's
over
try to
exception
be
to the rule.
judicious with that.
yeah,
I appreciate that insight.
I appreciate that too. Thank you, ma'am.
Further discussion? Okay, that takes us then,
I hope we voted on that.
We need to vote yes.
okay, please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
yes,
Thank you.
So did you want to discuss electronic payment lists?
Pass them out. There's one. Everybody has one.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the stack of
Yeah.
paper laying around.
So any discussion about them? There's nothing.
No, nothing new or unusual.
Thank you. So that takes us then to monthly reports.
I don't know that.
This was a request from Paula, and so next time, if she's present, she can speak to that.
Thank you. Appropriation for audit, how much do we need to appropriate?
It was $3,000, I believe. Is that correct? Yes.
so moved,
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. That seems awfully small. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
yes,
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
I did a lot of preparation up front, so they came, they wanted stuff, and they had it. They were out in 2.5 man days, essentially.
Extraordinary. Appropriation for bonding assistant to the fiscal officer. How much do we need to?
$160.
make a motion to approve, bonding of the assistant to the fiscal officer in the amount of not to exceed $200.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes,
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
I'm sorry. So that takes us to appropriation for increasing assistant to the fiscal officer hours. How much are we currently authorizing?
We authorized 20, didn't
I believe so.
And your request is?
we? Let's go up to 28, I believe, Trustee Randall and I talked about this a little bit. We go up to 20 without implicating the benefits and other full-time types of implications.
Okay, so I move that we approve appropriations for funding the assistant to the fiscal officer hours up to 28 hours.
Second.
Question, would it make sense to go with because the hours kind of vary, going with the total hours for the year rather than going with the hours per week?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
So he's asking if we should do it for a yearly amount as opposed to a
Increase the hours.
But the problem, yeah, I understand, but the problem is the implication of healthcare.
Yeah, I don't want to attach the dollars. I want to control the hours so as to not trigger the benefit aspect of it.
But I understand what you're saying, but because we're at that maximum, if it was, if it didn't have that trigger point, I would totally agree.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Randall.
Yes.
Trustee Buller.
Yes.
And I would hope along with this, I believe that one of the things that was discussed with Mr. Jordan was some daytime office presence as well, to be able to support some of our staff who may have questions that come up during like regular business hours, that they can, have support from that office too.
I did speak to Ms. Heitman about that, and she talked like, yeah, I think I could come here 2 days during the day.
Great, I think that would be perfect and really help shore up a gap in case there's questions that come up. You're very responsive via email, but just being able to pop into an office, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, excellent. Inventory approval?
Ms. Heitman updated and printed off an asset inventory. Here it is. It's got a signature line on the back.
So I don't know that, does this take a resolution? Because I kind of actually like to look at it.
We can have it on next time.
It does take a resolution.
But I thought it was a change requirement. Are we ahead or behind?
Behind.
Do you mind waiting until the next meeting?
Could we get electronic copies of that and review it for the anticipation?
Yes.
Because I may have some things to add, I'm not sure.
Give me a moment to email myself to remind myself to do that,
Excellent.
please.
My understanding is it no longer has to be filed in county engineer. It used to be that it had to be housed at the county engineer's office. Okay, so we'll refer that and add that to this.
Hold on, sorry. As part of that, is there any way to adjust, Mr. Fiscal Officer, is there any way to adjust the way that these assets are displaying? Like, for example, could we sort by department name? Is this an Excel spreadsheet?
Don't
should be able to do that.
know. This is a report that comes right off of UAN.
But it comes out as an Excel. Okay. If we could have, when you do send it, if you wouldn't mind adding to potentially sort by the department, that way each respective liaison can readily look through their respective areas.
I'm not sure that you can do that. Let me see.
Well,
Okay, why is it, oh, maybe I've got, why is it not letting me?
You can work with it.
well, yeah, let's, work on that for the next meeting.
That's fine. Just check in, and if you can, please do. If you
Okay.
cannot, then do.
So that takes us to Assistant Chief Fiscal Officer position description modification.
Yes, so I spoke with Dave Riebenhoff about this because there's been some conversation about our assistant to the fiscal officer has considerable UAN experience. And originally I was thinking it would be a modification. However, the one thing he had added to the description was flexibility to be able to allow the fiscal officer or the board to give consent. He agreed that verbal consent during the meeting tonight to allow her to access that would give us permission to authorize her to.
So my opinion is, I don't have a problem authorizing her, but not the position. It's because of her skill level that if the fiscal officer's okay with it, then I'm okay with it.
So then.
But I don't really want to add it to the description.
It's already in the description. You are verbally authorizing her,
Yes,
Paula.
I'm okay with that.
That's what I'm
What
asking
does
for.
the rest of the board think?
Completely fine with that. I think that, I agree with you. I think that if you have the right person, it's fine, but I don't want it attached necessarily to the position.
So we're in agreement, is that sufficient, or should we take a resolution?
I would say,
You should
Yeah,
say
go
that we might not always be able to get someone with the qualifications that we have right now.
Yes,
And so putting it in the job description is really reasonably far.
you can go ahead and do a resolution because it just puts it on the record.
And Paul's last name,
Heightening,
Keithan?
heightening.
Tighten.
So, well, would you like to make the resolution?
No. Because I'm not modifying the position. So,
So let me start it and then you can add to it, okay? Without being helpful. So move to approve Paula Heighton.
Heightening,
Access to UAN, when authorized fiscal officer.
second.
So moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Real. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rayo,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
You say that again? Authorize access to UAN by,
As approved by you.
yeah, assistant fiscal officer Heitman when authorized by fiscal officer. Okay, got it, thank you.
And in the discussion, I just want to make sure that it reflects that we are specifically talking about her and not.
Yes, underline Heitman.
Okay, any other fiscal officer items?
I believe that's got it. Thank you for patience on all that.
Thank you. Administrator?
I have one. I was anticipating two, but only one for you this evening. It would be registration for me to attend the Township Administrators Network Forum in October and noting that breakfast and lunch are included in the registration.
So, and this is the $75.
Yes.
So I move that we approve requisition A 0701 to Ohio Township Association for an amount of $75, which is included meals, which the board finds to be necessary and appropriate for the OTA forum for administrator. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Both did this.
Yeah, we
Discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Okay, that takes us to any other administrator discussion. Hearing none, we'll move on. Trustee items mutual aid agreement.
Mr. Chair, that's an item I asked to be added to the agenda. We have discussed this further at the DCTA Legislative Committee and wanted to consolidate questions from the townships to bring forward in anticipation of the DCTA meeting in September. However, we do not have a commitment at this time from the prosecutor's office that they will be able to attend and or answer any questions related to the mutual aid agreement at this time. So unless there are some obvious questions that we'd like to ask, I will hold this off to probably a month out of the agenda.
Makes sense, any objection? Okay. Township hall rental hours, I know there was discussion in regards to a particular person, and there was a reason, and I don't know if that reason exists any longer.
So I would request, in looking at the organizational minutes, this question has come up a few times since I've been in my role. The organizational minutes allow for 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on Monday through Saturday for hall rental, and on Sunday, 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. Of course, if someone wants to have a gathering over the lunch hour, then that makes it a little bit difficult for them not to be able to gain access. I'm comfortable at this time until the end of the year in which we revisit the organizational minutes, going 10 to 10, 7 days a week. I think that we do need to look at the rental practices around allowing the hall to be rented during the workday. It can be somewhat disruptive. And so, but I'm comfortable for the next few months going with this practice. We don't get enough daytime rentals throughout the week for it to be of an urgent concern.
Move to alter Township hall rental hours on Sunday from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Until,
until 12/31/2025.
Second.
moved by trustee Grail, seconded by trustee Bloor, discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
So that takes us to Parks and Trail Committee appointment.
Mr. Chair, we do have a candidate for the Parks and Trails Committee. We are nearing our capacity. Initially, we had 5 members, and I believe we expanded the committee to up to 10. I think we're at 8 or 9 now, and would like to bring forward a motion to appoint Andrew Lucas to the Parks and Trails Committee, effective immediately, contingent upon the successful completion of the first page of the application, as well as the signature related to the tobacco use policy, with the expiration date of service being 12/31/2027. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Grail, seconded by trustee Bullard. I'm calculating. So is that the longest term? What is the longest term? Is it for an unexpired term, or is it?
We go annual or every 2 years, and so this is the every 2-year mark because we have, we rotate. We have half the board up in 2026 and then the other half up in 2027.
Okay, so it's intentional, the date.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's half and half, that way we don't turn over potentially.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard, discussion, please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
That takes us to transition of board chair. So, as everybody is aware, on September 1st, I will no longer be the township trustee, and I'm currently chair. So I've thought about this, and I haven't had discussions, but I tend to think what would happen is that the vice chair would become chair, and the executive member would become vice chair. Does that make
Yes.
sense?
So the thing is, in order to have a meeting, we have to have a quorum. Quorum is 2. Till we get someone appointed, we don't have anything other than both of us have to be here. There would be very little need for a vice chair because the vice chair couldn't do anything on his own anyhow.
Fair enough. There's some profundity.
My understanding is our organization chart I think we set up. Me, trustee Rail as the vice chair. And when the chair yourself resigns and is no longer here, she automatically is the chair. Whether you're here or if you're not here, she's automatically chair. And it doesn't bother me, whatever we want to do, but really until we get somebody appointed, I think it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to worry about a vice chair.
I agree with that on one level. I think that you're right it's perfunctory that, but at the same time, I think that establishing a clear transition does have a communication component to it to say, this is the order of operations that we're operating.
So if we're going to take action on it, we'll make it effective 8/31 because I can't vote on the next board.
Correct.
So I can be executive member for a day.
Well, but if you're not, are you planning on attending the final meeting? Okay.
She can still be chair.
Yeah, well, but I'm making it effective 8/31.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
You're gonna be in attendance at the next meeting?
I am for at least a half hour.
Okay.
That sounds.
Well, it feels a little bit confusing as far as a transitional point,
That's why I didn't see doing anything makes sense at this point.
Yeah.
We can think about it and have a possible resolution next meeting.
Yeah, we can do that. So you're only gonna be here though for half an hour?
Yeah, so anything that requires my input would need to be at the beginning of the agenda.
Okay,
Because I want to be here, and if there is something that I need to be here, I will be here.
okay,
But I'm scheduled at two places at the same time.
Yeah.
So this is my priority if it's a priority, but my hope is that we will conclude what is a priority.
okay, well then, so a little bit complicated in terms of your transition, so I wanna make certain that we take the appropriate time to honor your time, not just as chair, but as in service, as Board of Trustee member. So the staff had this made up. This is actually the original. You can get a copy. And, not only with this transition, but you're going to be fantastic at the county and, just acknowledging your decades of service to the township and a multitude of roles. This seemed appropriate. It was a great idea provided by the staff. And, this board has been extremely productive and you've led with integrity and served faithfully. You're going to continue to do that at the county. You might someday be back as township trustee, but I want to acknowledge both you and Trustee Bullard for you guys' great service over the last few years and provide you with this information and plaque.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I actually appreciate it. And this is more meaningful than a lot of things you could have done, so I appreciate it. And I noticed I didn't have a nameplate when I came in, but I forgot about it.
Really trying to avoid any special meetings for you to pick up on the fact that your name was missing.
Put your name plate on it because it's there. If you want to be trustee again,
We got it. So, on a personal note, I'm just really grateful to you for all the dedication that you've showed. And even though we don't always agree, I've always respected you, and you're going to continue to do great things for us. So.
I appreciate it. And like I say, it's very meaningful, and that to me is special. Thank you. But you still have a little bit to deal with. Okay, so that takes us to adoption.
too.
I would like to hold off on that, for a couple minutes. Do we have an appropriation for Brochus and Johnson Briggs?
Do you want 5,000?
Please.
Move to appropriate $5,000 to Brochus, Johnson, and Briggs for the purposes of zoning.
I second. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rio.
Yes.
Okay, now newsletter appropriation, this was my item, and I'm not sure how much we did last.
I think we did 20. I want to say it was 20.
But didn't it end up being like close, but we had some money left over, and I think it was like 3,500 in all in.
Okay,
And the cost of postage has gone up.
well, the cost of postage has gone up, but we also have more residents.
Yeah.
So I'd say let's get towards that. Well, maybe 5, because then we can upgrade the quality as well.
If necessary.
Yes. So I move that we approve appropriation of $5,000 for, purpose of putting out this letter.
Okay.
Moved by the chair, second by trustee Bullard.
And I believe that would be to base printing right
Yes.
now. BAISE.
Thank you for that friendly amendment. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rio.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes. Now, I know that I won't be available to do that newsletter.
That's me.
So,
I will be doing it.
so we get out the timelines.
Yes.
Because people never meet them, so you need to give a week or two extra.
One of the people that don't meet them will be here. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
No, I usually meet them, but
You
I
do.
push the boundaries to the last
You do.
minute and I ask for extensions.
Yeah. The
before I-
newsletter is, fine, so I'll work with the administrator on that. I think you were talking about converting it into Canva too,
Yeah, and updating the design a little bit,
a little bit.
giving it more
We're
brand.
keeping the same colors.
consistent.
Well, I would like the colors to actually be our colors. I know that we put out the correct text number, but it doesn't come out
Yeah.
that color, and I really
One.
want that.
Yeah, got
Okay, so, any old business?
I just want to confirm that Larry Buell has been appropriately bonded. I believe that was on
He
prior.
was added to he came in and asked me, he's been, I believe, April 23rd was the effective date for, I think that was the effective date for adding him to the faithful performance of duty through a town.
I think that sounds right, but he was not aware, so I said I believe that for.
Any other old business? Future meetings?
Parks and Trails on Wednesday. Benefit at the barn on Saturday.
What,
Benefit
Oh.
in the barn on Saturday.
That's gonna be 16th. 15th.
This Thursday, March.
Thursday.
What's that now?
Trustee Board has the next meeting.
March Thursday.
Any other meetings? Okay, any other, is there any late items?
One. I would request an appropriation of $750 to Indeed. I know it's a little bit more than we normally do to advertise the roads labor position. I'd really like to push that so that we can get candidates.
So moved.
Second,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee, Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Rio.
yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Any other late items?
And I do have a question that, of the administrator, do we need to do anything as far as legal representation or possibly changing or doing any of that sort of stuff?
Not
Authorizing that?
Not at this time,
Just-
potentially next meeting.
What did we just appropriate $750 for?
Indeed,
Oh,
for the road
Indeed.
labor advertisement.
Okay, any other late items? Okay, at this time, I'm going to recuse myself in the matter of, adopting the official certificate of estimated resources. And if you let me know when you're done.
Did you have a chance to look at this? Are there any questions? Okay, Move to adopt the official certificate of estimated resources as provided for beginning January 1st, 2026. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. I think we had already looked at this previously. And
It is now signed.
that's signature, yes.
From the addition, we have.
Yeah, friendly amendment, August 4th version. Ms. Bowler?
Trustee Bowler.
Yes.
Trustee Reynolds.
Yes. I think we are, 2 minutes until our date, or our time certain of 8 o'clock, so, we want to take a brief break without objection. So moved.
And
Janine?
No, I was gonna go get a box, but everybody's come back in, so.
I think there's still.
Everybody signed in on the sign-in sheet, right? Don't have to, but if you don't, we weren't here. For official purposes.
How are you? Very well. I can't believe we got through that by 8. Look at us. I took a break, so we'll call it back.
No, I.
You're the chair, you do it. What were you gonna say? Surprised we did that.
No, I thought we would do that.
Oh,
Executive session tomorrow. I do not have.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Aubrey, do you want to get these?
We're done. I can't believe we're done. He's disappointed. I'm excited.
Disappointed.
We got 7:30. I said, there's no way. Back to the day. It's pretty impressive. They should do an article in the Gazette to say trustees used to have unusual meetings.
Good evening.
How
you doing, bud?
Just usually.
Just the normal.
Just the
I don't know why.
I don't know.
It must have been really hot out today. 'cause it's-
We
Laugh, Jack.
You get all that stuff.
Now the Gazette's gonna comment.
No, right. You are very efficient. I don't know, I haven't even seen the list, but I have every.
Well, the Gazette put
If
this
you're like any
article
other
out.
township right now.
Yeah, but the Gazette does an article like, long meetings not unusual in Berlin. Like, if that's the worst that they can say about you, then that's
You're
not.
great, that's for everyone. You just have to speak this year.
She's-
You're doing great. Doing awesome.
This would have,
Really?
I'm not joking, before this took a solid 6 hours to get through.
Okay.
It also moved a lot of those things from the last meeting. That's the thing. Is that
Everyone, everyone, your pen.
Oh, thank you.
That way.
Appreciate that.
You know me, I'm not gonna be able to grab it.
I know, right? I know you like those GTs too.
That's right.
Keep track of mine.
I took yours. Because I had. Everyone.
Yes,
Okay. I call back to order the regular meeting for August 11th, 2025. Order. So that takes us to time certain for BCC case 16-0001, amendment number 3. Without objection, I call it to order. Hearing none, we are in the hearing. So without objection, this is the way we'll proceed. First, what we will do is have the applicant give a presentation, followed by the board asking questions or giving comment, then opening it up to those who are in favor of the amendment, followed by those who are opposed, and then if there's rebuttal, has to be in regards to what has already been discussed. The chair will limit repetitive debate. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Hello, Dan Griffin with Evans Farm. And what I first wanted to discuss to start the meeting off was where we started this 11 years ago, going on 12. And with us tonight, we have the engineers, Kimberly Horn, Stephen Hicks from Miranda, Greg Chillog with the Edge Group is here, Rick Toll and Tammy Schuler, who is with the Evans family. But I just wanted to read some of the stuff that we said 11 years ago. This family vision is focused on creating a unique community that reflects their commitment to the land. This family vision further is based on their observation of the growth of Southern Delaware County, where through the development and market pressures, the subdivisions have a single trend or look. Family envisioned a community that was different. I also want to talk about this plan as how as it relates to new urbanism and our principles from 11 years ago. And this is what was submitted 11 years ago. New urbanism principles: promote walkability, develop an interconnected street and walk network, create a diverse and mixed use community, support mixed housing styles and sizes, insist on quality architecture and urban design, develop a traditional neighborhood structure, create a community based on increased densities, promote green transportation locally and regionally, focus on the quality of life. And I'll say this for the next years of my life. I think this plan over the last 11 years has gotten better than what we thought 11 years ago, considering what we've had to go through. It's gotten more diverse in product. Thank God it has to, or none of us would be able to afford a house. And I'm going to turn this over to Greg Chillog from the Edge Group to talk about those things that we've sort of discovered, not only over the 11 years, but through meetings on this project with you guys, and then going to the Planning Commission, and some of the things we're ready,
Planning Commission?
or the Board of Zoning Commission, sorry. Zoning Commission, where we got approved. And so Greg, you want to?
Thanks, Dan. My name's Greg Chillog. I'm a landscape architect, land planner at the Edge Group. My address is 330 West Spring Street, Suite 350, Columbus, Ohio, 43215. I think the last time we were here, you know, we touched a lot on the discussion of walkability, and that is still first and foremost in our minds here as we evolve this plan. A couple of things that we kind of ran into we were here, I think, September, October, but we took care of some housekeeping issues relative to boundaries for the PRD and for the PCD. So we got that squared away. Once we got that squared away, you know, Dan came to us and we all got together in a room and sat around and we said, you know, what can we do to not only maintain, but increase the quality of this development? How can we make it more walkable? How can we make it more desirable? And what are some of the challenges to that with this plan? Given the reorganization of the street networks, given the reorganization of where it lives next to the railroad, its context next to the town center, and the evolving nature of the market. So I think at that time, you know, we talked about walkability and what walkability means and what it isn't. And I think back then I probably handed this out, but I'll hand this out to you again. It's just a short article from an expert in traditional neighborhood design.
You already provided this to us.
At the last meeting, it was probably provided to you.
Is it in the application?
It is not in the application. This is just
So do you want to add an exhibit?
I don't need to add it as an exhibit, no. It's just, I'm gonna talk about it and I want to give you something that you can see where it's coming from. So this is from the CNU, Congress from New Urbanism. So walkability, what is it? We've done several things to help define that. This article talks about small block sizes, what that does. Gives you more opportunities for different routes to get through an area. Buildings fronting the street. Well, what's important about that is to activate the streetscapes. Front porches are essential to that. Mixed land uses. Give you destinations, places to walk to. Connected streets. So we're just not isolated in little pockets, but we're connected through multiple connections, which increases both vehicular and pedestrian accessibility. Gives you options to get through the site and to your destination. On-street parking. That's critical for helping control speeds of cars. That's included. Street trees. Street trees are an important component to help with the aesthetic, to help with the character of the development. And it also helps with, on the other side of it, I think, is with speed through neighborhoods. It helps to bring the environment down, create some enclosure, and starts to focus your view so it's not so wide open, creating the sense that you can speed through neighborhoods. Sidewalks. This is, as it says in this article, this one is obvious. We've got sidewalks, we've got trails, we've got different types of trails. Narrow streets. This is one element that we can debate back and forth here. But narrow streets promote slower speeds. You know, we're kind of stuck with what the engineer allows us to do. We would like to make the streets a lot narrower than they are today. However, the ability to have on-street parking allows us to essentially narrow the appearance of those streets. Lower traffic speeds, traffic volumes. You know, the traffic study's been updated. So I just wanted to provide that as a little bit of background about what walkability is and those elements that we're not going to tell you tonight, but professionals or experts in the field talk about.
Could you elaborate from this article a little bit more on the front porch feature that you mentioned?
Sure. I think what it does is it creates, you know, we talk in our destinations plan, linkages and destinations plan, you know, places to walk to. But I think what it also does is it creates those semi-private destinations along your way to places. So when you're in the neighborhood, there is that opportunity for neighbor interaction. It becomes a feature of the neighborhood. It becomes a feature architecturally. It changes the character of a home that doesn't have a front porch. That little bit of architecture does a lot. So as you can see here, this is our destination destinations and linkages plan. And we talk about those large destinations, the neighborhood parks, the regional parks, the town centers. And we talk about the linkages, how you get there, sidewalks. Well, if you think about front porches, those are small destinations to your neighbors that exist along every linkage within the neighborhood. So I think that's why those are important and relevant to our destinations and linkages. It's just another place to go, another opportunity to interact or gather. It allows you to be seen, it allows you to watch, and it just adds a different character than what I think you would see in what I'm gonna say a typical suburban development. And I think that starts to play off of some of those vision elements that the family talked about, almost 15 years ago. It's what makes it different, what makes it unique. What are some of these things that we can incorporate into these site plans and the architecture that we're presenting? The last time we were here, we gave you a plan, and I've got another handout here that I'll let Dan give out to you folks. We showed you a plan that was pretty rigid and formal in its layout. It had 201 units on it. It would be on the second page that Dan's passing out here, but that's the plan that we all sat around the table one day, and Dan called us into his office and said, what can we do to make this better? Dan, Evans Farm.
This has been after our first meeting, with you guys. We all of us got together.
Yeah, we got together with the builder, with the engineer, the architects, with Dan, and we talked about how can we better incorporate these elements that we're talking about. And so what I think you can see when you look between the first two pages of this, the first page is what we're proposing. We've done a lot of things to this plan. This has 185 lots.
One moment, please.
183 lots.
So exhibit B4 that you just handed
Yeah.
is different than the exhibit
Yes,
B4.
it's different than by 2 lots.
Well,
I'm not submitting this tonight. I'm using this for reference for my discussion. And if it's an issue, I'll take it back.
I'm not sure what I'm.
Okay, then I'll take those back. Thank you. I'll just take those back so we don't confuse anybody. And I'll show you on the board. Thank you. I don't want to create confusion for anyone.
Well, I think it's
I don't want to create
disingenuous to
confusion.
give us a document that is not what is being considered.
I understand. I apologize. So we'll stick with what's in the booklet, and I'll refer you to the exhibit in the booklet. I'll refer you to exhibit B4 in the booklet. That's the plan that we're proposing tonight.
183 lots.
183
Not
lots.
185 lots.
183 lots, organized in a traditional manner, organized around formal open spaces. We're incorporating a lot better open space and quality destinations and quality neighborhood parks. We're programming these parks. We're making features out of the retention areas. We're adding curvature to the street network. So we're not driving down these 2,400 long straight streets that just have house after house after house after house. So we've been able to break that down.
You're going a little too fast for me. So where are the water features described?
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to make a presentation and we were going to have deliberation.
Okay, I accept that.
Thank you. I will slow down, but there's some major points I want to get to and get to quickly. So as you can see, we've done a lot to the physical layout of the plan. The first thing was to make a better pedestrian experience, a better aesthetic to the neighborhood. The second thing was, how do we mitigate impacts of garage doors on this environment? And we've done that 2 ways. One is through the actual design of the site plan. We've created changes in views, so we're just not looking down straight corridors. We've turned blocks, so we have sides against fronts, shorter runs of houses that face each other. You can see that in the internal areas. we focused fronts of houses on the green spaces. So we're really creating a lot better spaces and minimizing how many garage doors we're going to see in a row through the site plan. The other thing we've done is, along with our additional commitments, this is an amended preliminary development plan we're talking about tonight. And in the text, very similar to what's been in front of you for Parkside, very similar to what's been in front of you for Arrowhead. We are in this application requesting the inclusion of vinyl at 46 mils as a permitted material. We also are committing to all natural materials on the front, meaning no vinyl. And we're also committing to the inclusion of some stone and or brick material on those fronts. Some of the other things that we've done architecturally and are continuing to do internally and with the review board, architectural review board with Evans Farm, is integrating architectural elements to help mitigate impacts of garage doors on the streetscape. We're including coach lights. We're including overhangs or eyebrows above garage doors. We're including carriage style garage doors, so there's a little bit more character to them. We're including lights or windows within the garage door panels themselves. We've even gone so far as to consider the impact of color. What does color do to a garage door? So we've talked about making the color of the garage door match more of the body of the house, so it kind of recedes and goes away. And at the same time, making the front porch more architecturally prominent, adding contrasting trim to that, adding those elements that help bring the front porch forward, architecturally pushing the garage back. So those are some of the little things that we've done to handle the architecture to help mitigate the appearance and the impacts of those garage doors along the streetscapes in the neighborhood. Dan, what do you got? We've got another exhibit here for reference, but we want to talk about already within the standards of Evans Farm. We have the requirement for street trees. We have the requirement for hedges that run along the sidewalk. We have the requirement for private sidewalks that run from the porch to the public sidewalk. And what we're showing here is relative to the garage and the 25-foot setback, how do vehicles interact with those elements and what do you see? And what we're showing here is that we can park a Chevy Suburban, we can park a Chevy Tahoe, we can park a Honda Civic. It's all behind that hedge. And so that setback was intentional to allow the cars to pull off of the sidewalk, to be parked behind the hedgerow, so to minimize the impact visually of the car, as well as to keep the cars out of the sidewalk. So, as you're walking along through the neighborhood, you're not walking around bumpers and whatever else might be overhanging that. And other than that, I think it's probably illegal. So that's what this exhibit is to kind of show you tonight. Dan, what else do we need to wrap up here? You want to wrap it up?
Is that exhibit, is that in here?
No.
Okay.
I think the other thing maybe that I would like to just show you again, I know the last time we were here, we talked about the destinations and linkages plan. Dan can talk about this, but it's a bigger effort between both townships and even extending what we're looking at and how we're addressing stuff outside of our bounds. But I think, when you start to look at some of these elements like the neighborhood parks and its context with Peach Blow Crossing School, it starts to make this plan a lot better. Like I said, we have the neighborhood parks as a different level of destination within the neighborhoods. And then we have the front porches, as I talked about, are those destinations along the linkages. There's one other piece here that I think is important. And this was probably discussed, as I recall, when we were talking about the modification of the zoning boundaries. And so I want to just kind of point your attention to, we talked about one of those elements is the mixed use, and we want to start to show you how that relates to the greater development. So our southern entry is starting to line up and create some connectivity to this future town center element. So as again, all roads lead to kind of this destination here, from Parkside, Arrowhead, Norris, even from development in Orange Township. So you can really start to see how the synergy of that starts to come together, and everything is starting to funnel down there. So this is going to become a major destination, and it's going to bring that mixed use element that we talk about in the vision as well as in that article. So I think that's really important for the context.
Yeah, appreciate them. Stephen Hicks from Miranda Homes. Just wanted to point out a few things. The last page in the packet, just for reference, Miranda has made a significant commitment to this development and to the Evans family and Berlin Township architecturally in order to meet the standards for Evans Farm in the community. We've basically taken a product line that we feel is a newer product line for our company. It's called a Heritage Series. So it's a 30-foot wide product to fit on the smaller, more walkable lots. Correct. Yeah, that's exactly it. So those are some of our house plans. And we took that base plan, that series of units called the Heritage Series, and made some what we're calling the Evans Farm improvements to them. Adding the front porch focus to each of the units so that it has a front porch portico out in front, trying to minimize the impact of the garage doors, also changing the colors of the garage doors, adding lights to the garage doors. We've made commitment to the all natural fronts, understanding that, and additional carriage lights and colors to be able to match in with the community. So we feel like we've stepped up to the plate here in order to make sure that we feel like we belong in Berlin Township and in this Evans Farm development. It's something that's really special, and we want to make sure that we're contributing to that as well. So we've tried to step up to the plate to make some significant changes to our plans in order to meet the requirements, and we hope that we can answer any questions that this
I think I would just maybe like to wrap it up by, we presented this to the zoning commission. They provided 5-0 approval with some conditions which are included into your packet tonight. So it's not a separate a page, but that is all incorporated. So everything is up to date within your packet tonight relative to the commitments being made relative to the conditions. That was on June 10th.
Exhibit 2.
What's that?
Exhibit 2.
Yes, those are included in the text.
Do you want to go through the park layouts?
Sure.
Exhibits.
Can do that.
Each exhibit, just so we can work through that.
I think what you'll see when you look at the site plan, the northernmost entry, which would be here, we enter and terminate into a large neighborhood park, which has some architectural features, landscaping at the entrance. On the west side, it has a significant shelter, playground, fire pit. And then opposite across the street is something that we're trying to create more of a boardwalk type of character, utilizing the retention areas. At our southern entry, which lines up with the mixed use town center, as you enter there, you also encounter another small neighborhood park at the south end. That includes some seating areas. It also includes some mail facilities. There is significant green space at the entries that allow people to see into the development and carries that landscape aesthetic into the site. We have provided additional access to the path that runs along Pyatt. Not just at our streets, but actually at entrances between lots that get you to the main streets that flow through. So pedestrian flow goes through the site. That's a significant move that we made from the last plan. I think that is most of the elements of the neighborhood parks. Dan, if you don't have anything, I'll just open it
No,
up.
I'm fine. I prefer to answer questions and address anybody's concerns directly.
Yeah, I'll start off and then circle back around afterwards. So I heard discussions about discussions, but I'm not sure those are commitments. So are you saying all the things that you talked about are commitments?
Can you be more specific?
Well, I mean, the record will speak for what you said. Are those commitments, or are those?
Yeah, I think everything we talk about are commitments.
Okay, so when you say it's all natural materials on the front, but when I read it, it says doors are metal or vinyl. That doesn't sound like all natural to me.
Doors are permitted, when we talk about permitted materials on front facades, it's the,
Well, you didn't say front facade exactly, you said the front.
I think when we look at the, and I'll follow that way so it can be very clear. Because it is very clear in the text.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What you're saying in the text is not what you're saying.
Well, then what I'm saying is permitted materials for siding include vinyl, all natural materials, everything listed in here.
Okay, but you're changing now.
I'm not changing, I'm clarifying. And just like the doors that are in here, doors are different materials, windows can be different materials, they're not cladding materials. Doors and windows are not cladding. The other materials that are permitted, that will be all natural, will be the cladding materials.
Doors can be wood. But you're not
Absolutely.
saying that here in the text.
Sir, I'm saying our cladding is all natural materials, including vinyl, except for the front elevations. Windows and doors are not cladding. They have their own special section in the text that outlines what those permitted materials are, separately from the cladding materials.
As a quick
So we can have a
follow-up
wood
to
door,
that.
a fiberglass door, a vinyl window, a wood window.
Quick follow-up to that. So in the text, it says, the front facade is not defined in the zoning text, including the front porch and/or stoop within the front facade definition is not prohibited and is appropriate for traditional styles as they are appropriate to the style, form, mass, and scale being integral element to the front facade of the dwelling. The front facade shall be defined as including the front porch and/or stoop of the residence. Can you specify where you indicated that is going to be all natural?
That would be all natural materials. What that section of the text is defining is where we're defining the front elevation relative to the setbacks.
Okay, and then later you come back and you say, replace, just correct me if I'm wrong here, for section exterior sidings, finishes, and materials. Permitted materials include stone, manufactured stone, brick, 4/6 millage, thick, heavy gauge vinyl siding, wood, or synthetic compositions such as hardy plank. And then later, you came back and the conditions from BZC, and you said that the vinyl siding material shall not be used on the front facade of homes.
So if you continue in the text standards,
What?
then if you go to page 3 of 4, the second bullet point, section exterior siding, finishes and materials, 6th paragraph, sentence 1, we're removing vinyl and aluminum siding is not permitted. And we're replacing with that sentence, and at the very end, it says vinyl siding material shall not be used on the front facades of homes. So that's where we're talking about the configuration of materials. Not just, the first section talks about what materials are permitted. This section is talking about how those materials can be located and configured on.
So you took BZC's recommendations and you made the alteration into draft we received?
Yes.
Okay.
We thought that was a little more clear, being that
Yeah.
this is already kind of a synopsis of the 50-page development standards. So we incorporate that into one summary. So everything that is changing or under consideration to change or be amended tonight is outlined in these bullet points on these 4 pages.
Sorry, I was just trying to get clarification on the side definition.
So you had a lengthy discussion about what the garage doors would include, including the lighting, et cetera. But I'm not sure that I see that in the text.
Yeah, that's what we're here. That's where Trustee Brian is going, that we want to make sure that those conditions are part of the text and we've committed to them. So if we want to go through the list.
Yeah, we can go through that list.
So where is
Are those
the text?
Those details aren't in the text.
Okay, so I would suggest you
Yes.
document it.
Okay.
And there were a couple other things that
We would be more than happy to document that
Yeah, we,
commitment conditionally.
So talk about the water features that are in the document.
I think that was one of the elements that when we sat around the table, that we saw as an opportunity to improve. I think the first plan that we brought forward really put the retention pond behind the houses and along the railroad tracks. And what we've been able to do now with the new plan is to create a window to something in this area associated with the Central Park that allows us to really do something around the perimeter of that and let people engage that water feature. Granted, we're still going to have water features that are behind houses and along the railroad tracks, which is where it needs to be based on topography. But we have included this piece here as an amenity that is accessible, that gets people close to it. People can sit around it. It will be treated architecturally.
So how's it different than what the town engineer requires? What is a feature about? Because when I hear features, I'm hearing what the other developments do, the fountains, the stone masonry.
We've already committed to those things.
So
Those are already commitments in the text.
where?
We made those commitments, or Evans has on Arrowhead, and the other previous ones in there are included in here, and I'll find those for you. If you go to page 404 under stormwater facilities, wet pond shall include a fountain and shall maintain fountain spray at a minimum height of 10 feet. Pond fountain shall be maintained by the HOA. All head walls, end walls, inlets, and outlets in the pond shall be finished in natural or synthetic stone. Any increase to the surface area of pond shown and approved in the development plan shall be considered a minor divergence.
Okay, so it's that last one that I have concern about, because the property to your east is one that I bring up at every zoning meeting, because that was supposed to be a beautiful park, and all of a sudden, county engineer required more surface area, and bam, the park went away. So all the green space that you have, what you're saying is, it's a minor divergence. If that were to happen.
That's what this says,
any increase to the surface area of the
what
pond
was shown on the plan.
improved in the
Did
development.
you mean to say major? Because historically, we've had it say major.
Yeah, and we,
If you guys were taking it from another text, like what we said, but in another.
Yeah,
That was the
we
intent, yeah.
yeah, I believe that is, and we have the engineer here too, that we can.
I don't believe.
And since
No.
we started doing that, usually they haven't had to increase it. But until we had that text put in there, all these great green amenities disappeared because they became ponds. And they weren't really ponds, they were retention, retention.
Yeah, our intention certainly is to maintain neighborhood parks as part of the vision.
So you don't have a problem making that be.
Well, I think what we
I
did.
mean, a major.
Divergence. I think what we also said as part of that in some of these other plans was it's a major divergence, and if the change, because you guys can't help the change necessarily, but if the change results in taking away of anything, like in the case of the playground being taken away as a result of no longer fitting, then you would find an amenity of commensurate value to replace elsewhere. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. We're-
So that could be added as like E. Any amenity that has to be removed as a result of stormwater facilities shall be replaced with an amenity of equal or greater
How
value.
about this? Amenities shall not be eliminated due to stormwater design. They shall be relocated on site.
Yeah, that's fine.
But if the green space is reduced, it's a major.
Yeah, that's still a major.
Okay. But if it's location, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
considering
if
an
it's like
amenity
a
needing to be moved somewhere else a major, but if the, yeah, for example. You're writing that down, so I don't have to.
So,
I am attempting to write that down.
Okay.
So you talked about there's room for, I think, a Chevy Blazer and what was it? Tahoe. So do those vehicles fit inside of the garage?
Absolutely,
Can both of them fit?
absolutely. The largest would be the Suburban, which is 18.76 feet long.
I'm more worried about the height.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Because what I'm finding in my neighborhood is they don't fit.
I
They
own
have the racks on the top and they no longer fit.
I own one of those vehicles and they fit in the garage. They're below 7 feet tall.
So we have it.
My Wagoneer doesn't fit in my garage.
Yeah, 8 foot garage doors, 8 foot tall.
Not height,
So, yeah, and then,
but
generally 20 feet, so.
16 feet, 16 foot door.
We're not talking,
No, we're talking height.
Oh,
talking about
we're talking height, we're not talking depth, we're talking height and width.
16 by 7 standard.
Yeah, 7 foot is usually the standard. I think those types of vehicles are probably about 6.5 feet tall.
Because what happens is there's things that,
We can't control who puts what on the top of their vehicles.
well, but the problem is then it causes a cascading problem. Because what, and I'll get to it, because what happens is they don't put the vehicle in their garage. And so then the second person can't park their vehicle in the garage, so they're all out front. Now, I wanna discuss,
We're not opposed to on-street parking for the reasons that we've talked about.
after here.
I said, we're not opposed to people parking on the street in these neighborhoods for the reasons that we've talked about.
Good, okay, that's fine. So, what are the width of the streets?
27 feet face to face.
So, 27 feet. So that's parking on one side?
Parking one side,
So,
opposite the water line.
there's houses on both sides.
Yes.
And the width varies on the lots, but the smallest is 43 feet, is that accurate?
Yes.
So how much space is there between driveways?
That will vary dependent on model selection and where it's located on the lot. I would say worst I couldn't even guess. It's just gonna be dependent on the lot layout.
Well, you want us to make a decision maybe tonight. I would want an answer to that.
What is the question?
What is the distance from driveway to driveway?
Can you modify that question and say, what is the minimum, or what is the smallest amount? I can tell you that.
Sure.
The least amount of space between driveways will be, your 6-foot side yard will give you 12. And if you had garage to garage, you might have 2 feet to the driveways or the aprons. That would put you right at about 16 feet between, worst case, probably between driveway aprons.
What'd you say, you had the 6 and 6.
6 and 6, and then the 2 and 2.
Yeah, about that. 14.
But given that worst case, then you have the best case on the flip side of it, which would be on a 43-foot lot, 6, Kevin, help me. 43 minus 18.
18 on the other side. So 14 and 18 would be your range.
So it'd be 36 to 40 feet on the high side.
And how long did you calculate the?
18.76 feet, a Suburban.
Is how much?
18.76 feet.
So the Suburban doesn't fit between driveways.
In the worst case, it wouldn't.
Well, I thought the best case, it was 14 to 18 was the range. Kevin, wasn't that what you said?
That's the worst case. I don't know if you could fit any car between those. I mean, you could fit a small car.
Okay, well, that's actually eliminated. So you're saying their cars aren't gonna fit on the street?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying if you have the worst case on one lot, you can't have the worst case on every lot. It just doesn't, the math doesn't work that way. If you have the worst case, you gotta have the best case on the other
Okay,
side.
so how many vehicles fit on the best case?
Best case, it's 1 per lot on the street.
So on the worst case, 0 vehicles fit. On the best case, 1 vehicle fits.
In front of the lot.
And a driveway, how many driveways are within 100 feet of a stop sign?
Within 100 feet?
Isn't that,
Probably
the-
2.
isn't that the standard? 2 or 3? The county engineer?
I don't think that's a standard here.
No parking in front of the stop sign.
Right back, so far, we have the same thing.
So how far can you park in front of a stop sign?
So if you have parking, just like Red Oak, you're coming down Red Oak and there's the stop sign. Parking's on the right side of the street in front of the townhouse. But you can't, you have to be so far back from that stop sign before you can park.
I'm not positive.
Whatever the county
The bottom line is that we're required to provide 2 parking spaces per unit, and we have done that. We meet the code for parking. We meet the code for parking. 2 cars in a garage.
I didn't say you
I'm
didn't
just-
meet the resolution, but I'm asking. So how many feet in front of the stop sign can you park?
I believe you are correct, that 100 feet from the stop bar back is a no parking zone. That's on the stop sign.
You have 2 houses on, because you talked about one in your presentation, you talked about wanting to have on-street parking to slow people down. But I'm not sensing that there's going to be much parking on the street. You've got houses on both sides.
I cannot mandate parking on the street. I can't do that. In any case you come up with, I can't require people to park on the street.
I'm not suggesting,
There's also
We
a
can't
parking
count that.
area around each of these open spaces that has no homes fronting on that entire area. Assuming the water line's gonna be on the other side of the street because that's the side the houses are on. That whole, everywhere around those park areas would be additional parking spaces, anywhere with green space right there, not anywhere, but in the permissible areas. So that more than makes up the difference in potentially some of these on-street parking spaces, 100-foot setback from the stop sign being impacted.
It's 4 spaces per each house.
We're providing 4 potential parking spaces for each unit on the property.
I'm not talking about on the property, I'm talking about.
Well, that's what we're required.
Do you know from and I'm sure it's in the final development plan, do you know where the water lines and all that stuff at this point are going to be located on these streets at this point?
I believe we have utility.
Yes.
So I can determine real quick where the,
Again, the flip side of the stop bar discussion, if that side doesn't have the parking on it, the other side is permitted to have parking. So it's one of these things that we're chasing our tails here to try to give you an answer to something that we cannot give you an answer to.
Well,
Because it's not in the ground.
I'm actually concerned about the visual impact that we tried to discuss, because in your handout that you gave about the buildings fronting the street
Yes.
and the urbanism 101.
As just a reference as items that I was,
Is this something you use as a guide? Is that what this is about? Or-
they're best practices that not only I use, but
Yeah, we try. This is purely aimed at walking on the sidewalk. It doesn't take into account any of the maintenance costs or any of the other costs involved, or any of the other things that are really involved in things like narrow streets and parking on the streets and stuff. How do you get fire trucks by? How do you get school buses by? How do you get moving vehicles by? How does all that happen? Is that in here, or?
the engineer tells us what to do.
Thing that's aimed at walking.
That article was about walkability. What are the elements of
So
walkability?
because it's a one view of the subject, when the subject has many different
Yes.
facets to be looked at. This is one facet, so again, why did you give it to us?
I was gonna come up here tonight and talk about what makes our project walkable. And I'm adding that as evidence that there are experts out here in the field that they use the same elements to create walkable communities that we're incorporating. It's evidence that I'm not making it up.
What I'm trying to look at is, you're trying to focus on walkability, but you're gonna also focus on all the other issues that are there, which are not documented here, not even looked at, not even talked about.
What are those
And the only
issues?
thing you're talking about is one subject, one facet of what's going on. So again, I don't understand the reason for handing this out. That doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Okay, all I can say is that we've provided that to help explain why this project is walkable and why it maintains walkability with the rest of Evans Farm. Those are the concepts that are incorporated into the built areas of Evans Farm. And we're trying to provide evidence that it's a best practice in the industry.
So we've talked about walkability, let's get back to the other issues on parking, right? Ken, I want to answer this, I want to go through these, each issue and what we committed to with the list. But your question is, you're worried about, there not being enough parking, or the visual aspect of too many cars parked on the street or in the driveway? I'm just asking, I just want to know how.
It's multifaceted.
Okay.
So, because if you answer yes one way, I think it hurts your case. If you answer no, it hurts your case. So one of the things that you talked about when you.
It's every case.
Well, that's because it's not what you promised when you came in the original zone. You were given divergences for the width of the properties, and the solution that you had was that they were going to be alleys. The cars were going to be in the back. So visually, when you walked, it was like celebration. You talked about celebration all the time, and you sold me on it, and I voted for it. But this is not celebration. So when I go down to celebration, I go and I look. I've looked many times when I went down there because you brought it up many times. I do not see all these cars in the driveway in front of the house. I see what you said. there's porches, it's very walkable, the neighbors talk to each other, there aren't garages in the front, there aren't cars parked in the front, they're parked in the back. So I'm worried about safety, about the kids coming around the cars that are in the driveway because there's not parking in the sidewalk in a sufficient amount. Because I know where I live, I just experienced that there's a stop sign. So the person that should parks in front of my house so that I have to park down the way. And we're talking about 60, 70 foot lots. So when you're talking a 43-foot lot, I don't see it being safe. Now,
At what point does that become
but
not
I
safe?
think that you can do a 43-foot lot, which is what was approved with a divergence with the alleyway. So I'm not saying you can't build your house on what you,
And you've been clear that you
from the very
don't
start.
want out.
I want what you promised. I don't want what I want. I want what you promised.
And again, I was trying to go through that at the beginning. What we promised is a diverse neighborhood that has multiple types of products, multiple types of styles.
Where is the alleyway? In all your products, where is the alleyway? Show me the diversity of where in your plans you have what you discussed.
With all due respect, sir, the plan before you tonight does not have alleys.
And I'm opposed to it because it isn't what you promised.
I don't think alleys are on the table tonight.
And so, acceptance.
Well, we can
may
talk
not
for
be
half an
on the
hour
table.
about it, or we can note it.
I want
Can I read also, so I have a comment from Scott Sanders about, because it relates to this. The lot size being 43 by 125 with a 6-foot side yard setback. Particularly the blue lots noted here. He says that these would not include alleyways. The side setback indicates that the house pad is only 31 feet. So looking at the house plans that are 31 feet wide and found the following, which is a reasonable layout, but the problem is that the typical 2-car garage is 21 feet wide. That creates a front facade of the house where 2/3 is the garage door. The illustration makes these look not so bad. The old rule of thumb has been that if the garage is more than 50% of the facade, it starts to really impact the way the neighborhood looks.
And
Are those fair
I would
comments?
clarify that we do work with what percentage of the facade can be garage. And it's not the garage width, it's the garage door width. That's codified in many local ordinances around here. So our garage doors are 16 feet wide. Our widths are 31 feet, so it's just under 50%.
16
16
feet
and
is
31.
over 50%.
That's what I said, it's just, our non-garage is just under 50%, so it's.
So your garage is
14 out of
over
31 feet
50%
is
according
not
to the
garage.
most reasonable standard, which you said is the door.
And given that idea right there, that's where we went to that table and we said, what are the architectural things that we can do to bring the porch forward, present the porch as being forward, and what can we do to minimize the appearance of those garage doors?
So I'm not for this, but I'm not seeing that in here exactly. You said, what can we do?
Well, we just talked about, those were commitments that we were making. It was gonna be a commitment for conditional approval.
So the garage door is over 50% of the front facade. That's a fair statement. And you said you're bringing the porch forward, but in the illustration, which may not be accurate because it also looks like vinyl on the front. It looks like the garage is coming up beyond the door.
In no case can our garage be in front of the porch. In no case, it's in the
But
text.
the door, it can be in front of the door, but not in front of the.
That's probably accurate, yeah.
Well, if this is accurate, it looks like the door goes in behind on the instances.
That would be accurate, yes.
And typically when we've done that, if we have some side load, so to speak, we've restricted the amount of feet that the door opening on the front porch and the garage door can bump up. Is there a limitation of the number of feet? So historically, we said like the,
No, that's in the text.
It's not.
Yeah,
She's
we
asking-
were going based upon the front facade of the front porch and making sure that that garage is not protruding out beyond that facade.
yeah, but, and I, and I appreciate that, but historically, when we've written this up to ensure that the garage doesn't go too far, we've said something like 4 feet beyond the point of the door entry. And the reason for that is to prevent
Garage forward, yeah.
snap houses.
Yes, no,
Is-
absolutely, yeah, understood. And that's what we've been trying to mitigate with this series, with the Heritage Series, with this front porch focus, is units that don't run into that problem. I think, the one plan that you're looking at on the far right is probably the closest where I believe that front door is slightly behind like the plane of the actual garage door. But I don't think in any circumstance in this series of homes would it be more than 4 feet. Sure. Because there's a certain amount like where we can't make the front porches much larger than they are. They're kind of maxed out because of roof pitch, and you also have architectural elements above.
So is it fair to say the garage doors are not protruding in front of the?
Porch.
Oh, yes.
Porch.
Yes,
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
absolutely. Make sure that we
Yeah.
come into that.
I just want to make sure how.
Yeah, right now, the text as proposed does not allow the garage door in front of the porch. Correct.
And in these drawings, the garage door is, there's only one rendition that I see that has it even close to being equal to the front of the porch, and most of them are recessed behind the porch.
Most of them, the doors, like the one and the first one to the left, middle right, the front door is actually in front of.
Yeah, so that middle one, perfect example. The middle one's great because the garage door is behind the front door. But then the one left of it and the one right of it, and again, these are illustrations, so these are awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with them exactly, but it looks like the one on the right, the garage door is in front of even the porch.
There, I believe on this one, on the far right, the eyebrow roof in front of the garage is sticking out. I think that porch is the same plane or very close to it. Again, it's hard to tell from the perspective here. But
That's why I'm just wanting clarification.
the intention was on all of these to front porch focus and have that coming out closer to the street, more approachable from the sidewalk.
Is it fair to say that in no circumstance will the garage door extend past the porch?
Yes.
It's not allowed. It's not.
That's a fair statement.
Fair.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that in no circumstance will the garage extend beyond the front door line beyond 4 feet?
Yeah, we can make that.
Okay. So I'm not as alive to the history of this. But I will say that the document that you produced and the product, especially with regards to the front porches and the changes, I'm not saying I'm opposed or for it, but it is different. And it doesn't seem like it fits sort of the initial vision of that back alley, really maximizing the space of the front porch, because the garage door takes up over 50% of that front feature. And I'm not saying that's, a deal stopper, but I am saying that doesn't speak to that new urbanism vibe that it looked like your initial vision from 2016 had.
So
Is that,
here's why that is totally accurate, is that what you're producing here is not what you described in your initial application, because when you're on the porch, you talked about seeing your neighbor on this side and on this side and talking and chatting. Well, if your garage is there, although, yeah, it meets, you can't chat with your neighbor over here because you got a garage door.
So to that point, and walkability, to Trustee
Well,
Ward's
but this
point
is
in your
not-
question,
That's irrelevant, because you're asking for narrower lots, and the idea here was neighborhood, not spacious, larger lots. You wanted it so that they could see, but what you're doing is packing people in. You're not creating neighborhood where you can chat with your neighbor on this side and on this side that you described in your initial application.
I want to go back to Trustee Ward's question about why I gave you that article. It's an expert from CNU, Congress for New Urbanism, writing an article about walkability. I want you to find in there where he says you need alleys to be walkable.
Well, it
It
does talk
doesn't
about
exist.
front
It talks about front
porches.
porches,
Yeah, which I think is.
which has been our
really-
effort to bring those forward.
I am
But
telling you
it's-
what
but your
you
front
described
porch is
in
not
your
into
initial
less.
application. You got a divergence. Because we gave you that divergence, you could do what you said you were going to do. Now that you've got the divergence, you don't want to comply with what you said you would do.
No, that's.
So show me,
Well,
I asked you earlier, show me where in your application, in your various kinds of products, that you have one with the alleys that you
So
described.
along this major road down here, we have alleys.
That's Orange Township?
Well, this is Evans Farm. And when we created this community, we created it a diverse community as Evans Farm. We have alleys over here. This is Berlin. We had alleys over here at one point that you approved. And then we redesigned it and you approved for no alleys here.
Or the zoning commission?
Well, no, we had to go back through the major divergence because the other developer swung North Road to here and there was all those issues and we went back through major divergences. And when we platted this and took it all the way through the final development plan, there used to have alleys, but when we, after 11 years of trying to diverse product throughout Evans Farm, we took them out and that was okay. And everybody,
You were going to have it on this side.
Do we think there are going to be alleys in the PCD?
well, there'll be alleys in the PCD feeding that. There's an alley here that extends beyond here.
Do you have
These
a
lots.
document that shows that?
I'll be glad to point this out and make it a condition, but yes, we're gonna have alleys right in here because it extends the alley coming off of Evans Farm Drive to here. And these are close to the Berlin Town Center. One of the things that's caused us over the 11 years to relook at this plan was the road configuration.
Okay,
This-
I accept that. I accept that.
Yes, and it
I
was,
totally accept
okay.
that. But what I think you should do is come in for rezoning and go to the 65-foot lots.
Well, remember, we're trying to be diverse on the size of lots, size of product, housing styles, and everything we said we were gonna do.
But the road configuration, which I.
We make them
understand-
all 65-foot lots and get less dense, will look like any other subdivision.
Okay, well, but what you're wanting to do is what other subdivisions did. What you came in originally was the celebration look. That's all I'm asking for you to do. is
And we have
what you
that.
said.
We have that throughout Evans Farm, and we have it in this architectural elements that we're doing.
I'm
This-
looking for what you were promising in Berlin Township.
Okay.
So how about this, if I can, and I'm not sure Trustee O'Brien or Trustee Buller, if we've ever met, I'm Jen Keeper, I'm with the law office, okay. So I'm here to try to help you, first and foremost, all of you. My thoughts, and you can tell me to walk right out here, my thoughts are, this is an application, as you all know, I'm not saying anything that's new. This is an application to modify what's already been approved and promised, right? They're coming here to ask you for something different, right? That's the framework we're here to talk about. Typically, and there's no specific language in your code that says it like this. But when someone comes in for a modification, I think you all would agree, you're coming in to find, in theory, a balance, something different, something that changes from what they were originally had, changes from what you originally approved. And again, in a perfect world, can be better. I'm not here to vote one way or the other on this one, but in theory, there should be a reason, right? They know you're not obligated to approve this. They know that. They know you're not obligated to. They would be able to keep whatever they have right now, make it work or not work. They're coming to you because, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm trying to open the door
Times have
to
changed.
this set of analysis that might help the trustees. Why is this better? Why is it different? Why should they approve it like this? And I think you've heard, they're not gonna put the alleys back in. Okay, well then tell us why is this good? Why does this achieve the original outcome, even though time has passed, roads have changed, layouts have changed as well? Why this layout? Why is this a good fit for the community? Why is this the right change now?
Yeah. And that's a fair way to say it. Thank you. And that's one of the things that we've committed to originally with diversity in the product. And when this road, and I'll say this road right here, it's ridiculously fast, ridiculously dangerous. And our original layout, which I have over here, and like I said, with the change of the county putting the roundabouts in, it actually, I think, improved our opinion and how we were going to address this section next to the railroad tracks, because you've got so much distance to put your lots in, et cetera. And then we looked at it and said, okay, instead of the major thoroughfare driving through in these two major roads, driving through and connecting to here and Pyatt, this has been straightened out. So we have this distance in this area here to achieve a different product that we have anywhere else in Evans Farm. Something, frankly, because of 11 years, is more affordable. And from an architectural style, maintains the character that we promised throughout Evans Farm. And so when we relayed this out and put this in here, we measured the streets and said, no longer can we have houses like we're forced to do here on these curvatures and that's already been in here. No longer can we have houses facing a major thoroughfare and the town center right here. So we're going to bring it in, create more green space and walkability to the town center and come internal. And when we put the streets, double loaded streets, we said we can't fit the alleys into. So we went to a builder and talked about a product type and style that we could, that's diverse, that meets all our standards on the architectural side. And we got rid of the alleys and came up with the new plan with the green space and the open space and facing parks. Same character we have in all the places without the alleys. The alleys is the only thing that's missing. It's not the character. I think, as I said before, I think the change with the two roundabouts made this side of the road a better plan. I wasn't, I didn't involve original planning, but it's just like this. It's spoke in the middle. We can't do that. But these two roads connecting and coming up here, it made no sense. And when we redesigned the two roundabouts, we changed the plan. We changed those product styles that we were delivering, and they're diverse and they're necessary. And yes, we took the alleys out here. Just like over here, when we were going to do the product that was walkable right to the schools and across here, took the alleys out on those. Why? We have 1,200 in your area and here. We've got 2,263 lots. We need to diversify on the product and the style and the types, regardless of alley fed, non-alley fed, large lots, small lots. We all know this economy has forced us into not being able to afford a home. And maintaining the character, maintaining the walkability, maintaining the architecture, maintaining the town center and the community sense that we have was something we haven't wavered from. We only wavered in this section from the lots as far as alley loaded. But that doesn't mean that we haven't fulfilled our promise in continuing to make Evans Farm seriously the greatest place to live in the country. And we're not going to stop that. And that's what's driven us to take a hard look at those alleys, affordability, but not give up on the architecture and the diversity of product that new urbanism and this whole plan. I don't really look at this plan as, oh, there's that line. Anything you do up here is different than what you would do down here.
Except for you brought your attorney and said, we can't talk about Orange Township, but then you always talk about Orange Township. I think you should not talk about Orange Township.
Well, I'm talking about Evans Farm. I don't, frankly, it's Evans Farm. I view both townships. Look, I also, this whole team cares about both townships, and we, including Edge Group, who is helping me with designing parks and creating the first Berlin Park over here, and us donating the land. And again, I'm not going into that because that's not what we're here tonight, but I've never stopped fighting for this plan and these two townships.
Okay, so let's go back to what you said in regards to the configuration that you said doesn't make sense, and that you're glad we changed, but you sold us on what it was previously. And those areas that were in the PCD, you talked about the walkability to church, houses of worship, to schools, school built in Orange Township that isn't there, and to the jobs. So it was going to reduce traffic. You talked about how this plan was going to reduce traffic. So now you can't walk from those to that area because it's no longer that area. It's now,
What, you can't walk to what area?
to the area from those roads, and the development. You now have Shanahan and you have Pike that's dividing much of the, commercial. And you can't really say that the portion that's in in Jennings Park is going to be something they're going to walk to there, because that's not in Jennings' plan.
I challenge this because
This
you say it's not
walkability.
walkable, doesn't make it not walkable.
So you're saying that you're designing it to walk over Shanahan?
There's nothing about walkability that says you have to walk over roads.
But
It's
you talked
linkages
about
and destinations
the
and the infrastructure for walking, sidewalks,
I'm sorry,
pathways.
you, in your previous original application, you talked about walking to the area where you've taken up that. Brown PCD Park, you just walk straight down those roads and you're going to the office, you're going to the restaurant, you're going to the house of worship. Now you're going to have to walk across Shanahan or Pyatt to get to those.
Is anybody here
Yeah.
familiar with Bridge Park?
No.
Yeah, we are.
Well, let me
Well,
tell
let
you
me-
a story about
let me
Bridge
stop.
Park.
I don't really wanna.
Yeah,
I don't really wanna go into other.
Yeah, I wanna,
My point being, and it's important,
But can you be brief?
I can be brief.
There's still so much to get through, and we don't need rich.
My point being, Bridge Park is designed and is walkable. And can you walk from the park on one side to the development on the next, across Riverside Drive?
We have millions of
Absolutely.
dollars for a bridge to go over. I mean, you can get into that, but
let's get back to, I want to talk about crossing these roads. Throughout this development, we're crossing roads. You're crossing roads to get from one place to another. We're connecting all the trails to get there. This town center is extremely walkable. And same thing over here, to walk to Jennings Sports Park, we have stop, and we have to walk across that road.
Look, I think you've done a good job of walkability and maintaining the character as far as walkability. And even with parks, myself, this is my own opinion. But like Jen said, things changed, your plan has changed. I don't think your houses are the way that they were intended to be with Urbanism 101. That's my own opinion, looking at what the experts say, looking at 50% plus garages, fine, that changed. If the house plan changes and the layout plans change, why doesn't the density change? Because a 31-foot length with a 50+% garage door, potentially 21 for full garage, to me, substantively creates a problem where they're pulling in now and there's a safety issue with the width of the lots. So if everything else changed, I'm okay. If everything else changes, why doesn't the density change now?
I think.
Because now you do have garages, now you do have less.
we did.
I would argue that not our density, but our unit count changed.
On that,
From the day we came in,
that
it was
piece,
201
it was
units.
201.
Yeah, and we keep, and you're right, it did go down for this unit. I'm talking about overall, because we keep shifting, and what we did for one of the plans was, hey, we're gonna take out density on this plan. We said, where are you gonna put the density in? Where's the density gonna go in? And why are we not talking about houses change, now they're wider, so why isn't it less dense? I mean, it's just a safety issue for me, it's not about the unit count necessarily here.
Agreed.
Right.
Is that not fair to say?
I think it's fair,
Okay.
but I think it's also fair that this entire project was zoned for a certain number of units. And regardless of the configuration, those are still entitled to us.
At minimum, we are also entitled to know where those units are gonna go.
Not for this, in my opinion, not based on this application tonight.
And that I think is a flaw. So your application says it's
Whose flaw?
how many acres?
Who's
What?
flawed?
Wait.
Well, I'm asking, how many acres is in this application?
64.28.
64.28. But does it affect only 64.28?
Sure.
What do you
Yes.
mean? What do you mean, does it affect?
So, okay, I'll get to my point, I
Yeah.
suppose, to
Yeah.
asking a question if you really want to know. The density is over the entire area, correct?
Uh-huh.
So the application should be not an amendment for just 64 acres, it should be for the entire amount. I don't think this application is accurate. Because the density of this area affects the density of other areas. So it should include the entire Evans Farm.
We're three projects into that era.
How could we plan,
Well, previously you guys did, and I think that this works for me, it may not work for you. You did let us know where we can expect the density to increase as a result, because what we said is, we don't feel that we can make an informed decision about a single parcel without knowing the impact of the existing community as a
Yeah,
whole.
and
You
so,
said that was good.
right, and every year we came in and showed, and
And every year you have, so
every year we changed.
where does the
So,
density?
This is
go?
what's all approved over here. Remember, we were 29
And you
units,
showed us where
less
it's gonna
debts.
go. It's gonna go along the road.
Well, it can't, maintaining the green space and everything else that we're maintaining, the original plan. This decreased, I think, by a few units in
Yes.
density. This decreased.
No, that increased.
Well, I think,
The decrease of those two that you just pointed out created an increase along the railroad track.
it was over
Right.
here.
West of the
No,
railroad
west of the railroad tracks.
Right.
We, in this
Sorry,
area
Are
here.
you not pointing to the west of the road?
No, that was east. That's sorry. No, that's okay. I was thinking,
And for you need to actually be more specific for the purpose of the minutes. Because when you say
Okay.
this and this,
yeah,
the fiscal
sorry.
officer cannot capture it.
I'm sorry. And,
Good luck.
so old plan over here, right? This was the old plan and this was
Maybe
original.
you could mark it as an exhibit so that the fiscal officer can identify.
The old plan where North Road came up and
You have that as an exhibit.
on the west side, yes.
Okay, so what's the exhibit type?
2016 illustrative master plan.
So it's exhibit what?
What do we want to call
I'm trying to understand where we're going with the exhibits. I'm sorry.
Well,
Because I think-
Because what has happened in the past is you said one thing, and then when it comes to us being able to prove what you said, we don't have it in documentation because the fiscal officer can't document this and this and this. So when you're referring to something, please
Yeah, so,
refer to it as an exhibit number, and if it's not, we can make it an
It's just
exhibit. So that.
right, I got it. We've done this for
Does
a
that-
lot of years together. I
Is
get it.
that, but if it's already in here, is the old plan in here?
No, we did not
No.
include any old material intentionally to not create confusion.
So if you're going to refer to it, it needs to be made an exhibit. so
Okay,
that-
so we'll call it an exhibit,
8, I think we're at 8. now.
we're at 8.
Okay, so we
We'll
mark
call it
so that-
Exhibit 8.
So that the fiscal officer may have a copy.
And then maybe take a
Or
picture.
you guys could email.
Yeah,
the
email,
PDF tomorrow.
Yeah,
take a picture.
so,
I don't want to be troublesome, I just want.
right, no,
Totally not, you're not wrong. I
fine.
just figure you don't want a big board.
I
sitting
really
around
don't.
office.
And I-
Send us a neat copy, print it out.
I
whatever.
got 3 of these in the car and we'll,
But I do want it for the record.
right, absolutely.
Make sure they-
Yeah.
you know what?
So we have Exhibit 8, which is the 2016, and we will send this in a smaller version, so everybody has it. So on east and west, right? We know the east and west, Berlin
East and
Township,
west of,
east and west of the railroad tracks on Shanahan, north of Shanahan Road. We've got this drawing that showed North Road on the west side, extending actually all through our property and then meeting up at Peach Blow. The county, and at some point, and again, there's been so many renditions of the plan, this North Road was to swing in and dead ended Mr. Kenny's property, which was, I'm not sure what they call it now, Meadow, something, Berlin Meadow.
I recuse myself.
Berlin Meadows, yeah, that's fine, Berlin Meadows. And it dead ended in here. Then somewhere with the county and again, the other developer, this got changed and ran along both of Mr. Kenny's property and ours. And then as it got about 3/4 of the way up through our property, of course, North Road at that point was all on our property. It didn't even run on the property line. And we were okay with that. Then it extended and came to the new school and met at Peach Blow at what is now is there a roundabout there, right? There's a new roundabout. So North Road changed in the 11 years we've been here. These 2 roads changed here. So we have modified our plans in reaction not only to the economy and COVID and product differentiation and what the market calls out for, but the interest rate rises and the cost of living and the cost of materials. We can go on and on. These aren't stuff that we just said, oh, we'll promise them that and then someday we'll change. We've got to change or we won't have any building there. And we'll never get to these projects because none of us will be able to buy a house and we can shut down housing in this world. So anyway, I really like the changes because as you see, this was going to be a major speed road through near our park area, near our green space.
What does that have to do with the application currently?
So as we have done in both townships, as we have moved through to these separate projects, the next thing, this has changed in section 6 that we just did. We have parks now in here and we've changed that.
Okay, so you've changed.
So we get up to
What's the
Berlin.
point?
We get up to Berlin and it's changed. We get these street realignments. And we're changing this to the new drawing. And your question was, well, where do these lots go? Right? And so what we will do is we know we're limited to a density requirement by zoning. We know we're overall density. We know we're limited, and we even in the simplification plan said In this area, we want 40 to 60-foot lots. I mean, we had a bubble plan, we all initialed it, and 40 to 60-foot lots, and that's what we have. In this area, we want this, and we're gonna match those lots, sizes. So we've done everything we've said we were gonna do, and as we're looking at the west tract area, we're looking at reconfiguring the streets again, make it more walkable, not this major thoroughfare that's going in here. And so this is the last portion east of the tracks that we're zoning and getting through zoning and getting completed. Then in 5-10 years, whenever the county and our friends decide to get us the sewer from down here, which we can't go get because we don't have an easement. Once we get that, then we'll come back to you and we'll say, okay, times have changed. Now 65-foot lots are affordable and this, and we may change, but we can never change the density. We can never change the green space. No, we can always decrease the density. We can't get more density. Yeah, we can't. We just can't. We can't have more density, nor do we want, we know that we're never going to, the 1,200 lots that we're approved for here, unless.
But are you answering her question? Where are they going? That's the question.
You can either get rid of them or you can show us where they're relocated.
Right.
This plan.
What that plan is what we had, you asked us to do last
It's
time.
the accounting.
Is the account.
It's balanced. Same number of lots here, same number of lots here. Dan has asked us to do that for this reason. We can update this with the more accurate layout here and provide that as an exhibit to show how it's transitioned from the 2016 approved plan to the plan that it is today. Same number of units in both townships, frankly.
We don't care about that.
I know you don't. That was the purpose of my
Can I
call.
add just a thought, or no, probably a question? Questions answer your question. Won't future lots come away from here and are theoretically going somewhere else? Wouldn't that necessitate a modification of the somewhere else? So they would be in front of the township again?
Just like
Yes,
it's always.
that is accurate. But here's the problem, is that we may not find it acceptable where they want to put it. So then you can't put it back where it was, but they'll say, we're entitled to it. It's gotta go somewhere. And we'll say, but that doesn't make sense. And they'll say, and then comes the lawsuit. So what we wanna know is, what is the whole plan? And we've said this before, we would not do a piecemeal. We want the whole plan. And that's why I'm saying, I don't think this is an accurate application. Because it should be for the entire area. Now, if they want to have it changed in the future, if it's an approved area, then they can come in and ask for a change in that other area. But that would require a change. They would be entitled to what they have in their plan of the change now, but they wouldn't be entitled to whatever. And that's what it is right now. It's like whatever. And so I think that that's a flaw. And that's why this needs to be an old application, not 69.
That's
acres
very
or
nicely
whatever.
described, because I think that really gets to the core is we may not approve of where, like, if it's buttressing up against a whole bunch of existing residences now, and that's the only place left, because they've parceled out everything else. Now, we are in a situation where they're entitled to their lots, but we would never have approved it having known that that was the plan and that was gonna come in 5 years earlier. So, and I'm okay with the commitment to the area, like what we did with west of the railroad tracks, because we can see it. You guys may not be, but I was okay with that because now I know losing density in one parcel, not losing density overall, means gaining it in another area. So you can either lose the density overall or show us where the density is going to be migrated to, because it is a full application.
So with this, with the updated plan that we've done here, Greg, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, with this, we know, and tomorrow night, obviously, we'll be going in for the Ross, but that's not part of Evans Farm, so let's not talk about it right now. This is all planned out under the current plans. And this is how we have,
Okay,
There's no
for the
change in
record,
density.
one moment, please.
Yeah,
For the
I'm-
record, he did this, and this.
I'm sorry.
He has no clue what you said.
I'm sorry, and we are going to give you exhibits. So go ahead, Greg, and tell them about,
We have the original approved preliminary development plan that has the general layout and the accounting on it, the number of lots. We can revise that based on current conditions and what we think the future conditions will be. We have it in hand, just not here with us.
Yeah.
So we can show you how that's changed, and the accounting is all there. Give us a day or two and we'll get that to you.
That would be helpful for me at least.
Am I missing, I just want to make sure I understand, am I missing something? So the zoning code, so we should have never,
and again, I'm asking this sort of to make sure, we should have never been approved for any of these that got approved.
We're not accurate.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get where you're heading to and what you're, trying to, whatever. I'm trying to figure out what's the zoning code now. Do people come in with a master plan like this and then come in by phase for zone, correct?
I follow.
I'm just trying to make sure
I follow the logic. I will say that most townships are gonna do it like the way you're doing it now, which is phases. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, hypothetically, there could come a time at the 100 years from now.
yeah, I'm trying to
10 years
figure
from now,
out
we're
where
at your very
they're
last
worried.
lot, right? And I'm not trying to take anything away from anyone. it's just a
No, that's
conversation.
okay.
But there could be a time where you're pigeonholed, right? Where there is a real possibility that because of density gives here and there, lot gives here and there, that you end up with, I'll call it like a bank of 10 lots, 30, 100, whatever it is, 10 lots that really don't have a place to go,
Right.
right? And
we lose those.
right. So my suggestion to the board, again, some of this is hypothetical, very big picture philosophical, which isn't bad, is that probably the way you're doing it is the easiest way to do it. This is a very complicated history piece at a time is probably the easier way. I mean, do you really want to, I mean, I probably would want to reevaluate the entire development.
I actually would.
Understood.
And part of it is because part of it isn't going to be part of Portland Township. So part of those lots have been annexed.
Okay.
So that acreage, what they do in the city of Delaware is going to affect how many lots can be in Portland Township. Because how many they put in the city of Delaware, and that's totally not our purview.
Right.
But the number of lots is, because they have agreed to a number of lots for the entire area.
Whether
So
it's
in
in
the
Orange,
city-
Berlin, or
Or now
Delaware.
city of Delaware.
Which we're
And
doing.
they initiated the
Which we're doing.
annexation.
And I don't know if it's.
Which we could reflect in
But
that.
they would apply.
Right.
And, so theoretically,
I understand.
the number of lots that the city of Delaware approved is going to affect how many is in Berlin Township. So the problem could be is if they did less in the city of Delaware, because now all of that is thrown into Berlin Township. Now we've got to put a lot more in a lot fewer space.
I get where.
To only
I get
your
the question
I'll
now.
turn
No,
it over
for
to you.
everyone.
But to only to your question, I don't think that the processes that have been followed so far are invalid, inaccurate, unlawful in any way, shape, or form. If at some point the township, the trustees decide, we think we can build a better mousetrap, I think we can move this a different way, you certainly could make that determination. I don't have any legal
So,
issue with how it's conducted.
Ken, thank you for explaining that just then, because now I know what your question, sort of where it was headed. We are, whatever amount of lots were approved here on the original plan, were those come out, whatever amount of lots were approved north of Peach Blow.
Time off for a second. You're saying that the.
I'm on tape.
Okay.
So without objection, we'll take a recess.
Yes,
We'll take
please
5
do.
minutes. Somebody can call. Cheers. Thank you. No objection, so ordered.
Hey, Dan.
Thank you.
I'll work on that.
Sorry, I haven't had my questions.
Thank you for turning that up. I was freezing.
Okay, however you want to do it.
Oh,
My point being, we just apply the same approved rate to that, it comes out, and you still have, you figure it out.
Right, I don't, yeah, I
Because
don't,
here's
I'm
what's-
trying not to complicate.
Because here's what's gonna happen, then he's gonna do the calculation, and then that's he's gonna. Instead of 2.2, 2.23.
Oh.
So that's where I'm saying it needs to come out proportionately.
Can I ask you a question?
Not on our dime.
Oh my gosh, I got my wallet in the car.
I'm just kidding.
No, I didn't.
See where I'm going with that, man?
Right, I'm trying to
Because
figure.
what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the PRD from, I'm just using rough numbers, 300 acres. 2.2. This is 42 acres. Follow me for some please. This PRD was approved at some density for a certain number of acres. We're gonna reduce the size of that acreage. They're gonna expect the same density on that acreage. There's no way there's. That's what I'm saying. You're then gonna apply that to the density of whatever acreage remaining. That's your.
Well, if you take this out, right, and we lose those lots, I heard that they want to make sure that we're not looking for these lots in this area, which I'm okay to commit to. Those lots that were on the preliminary development, we are not, we're losing. That's what I think that's where Canada, we'll get back to this in a second when they reconvene.
I understand
But
that.
that's-
I'm just alerting you to the,
Well,
to the fact that someone's gonna do.
we're gonna make that simple. I mean, it's the lots, we're gonna give those lots up. And you and I both know that
So remember.
then whatever the total lot counts, connect, okay, I'm on my God.
All right.
Maybe I'll have. So can I agree that the lots, which are 56 something amount of lots that were here, whatever these lots show from the preliminary development plan,
This is
Can
the
I-
area that's been annexed. We're doing process.
B.
Okay, 50 some lots, okay?
Can I agree to not to lose those lots off our total lot
reduce
count?
your
Here's the
total.
total project number. What it costs.
because they'll put 200 there. It's how I'm gonna do it. Well, let's get back.
That's, yeah, wait.
Now that it's gonna be in the state, I mean, that's,
But it throws the,
Well, we'll get back in a
okay,
second.
all right.
I'm always damned if I do, damned if I don't, but
no, if you do the plan that you presented.
I am.
you're in great shape.
I am, and I'm
I
not,
mean, I am very for Evans Farm as it was originally presented.
and
I
it's,
am opposed to changes that are detrimental to the township.
well,
Hold on.
Yeah,
There's gonna be
let's
a
not
back
get-
and forth,
no.
let's just make sure
we're
that it's on.
opposed to
We have
changes.
tape, we are back in business.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's here.
Everyone's here.
Well, there's no way to make minutes of any of this.
No,
There's no way to make,
no, I don't get, don't,
Well,
we will.
we have to have a record.
I do my best,
It's recording and
and
we'll,
it takes me 2-3 times to do this hour and a half is gonna take me 5-6 hours.
I've been there.
It's just, that's just where we are.
How
Try not to speak at the same time, because that's when this tape messes up. That's when this recording messes up. It's when people talk over each other.
get old.
Like, we need to straw poll on application before that. Like, what's the plan? Is it to come back? It is, let's just take it. You didn't bring it.
I brought one and I don't know what
Do
I.
you want to take a second one?
No, I think I left it on the table. I was making a protein bar for these kinds of nights.
Probably have to get my hands on it.
It's okay. I'll
Usually
usually
that's
forbear my stomach growling.
Oh, no. Oh,
Anybody?
Yes, okay. I call back to order the regular meeting for August. And the hearing back.
I don't think it does. Yeah.
Okay, so we were discussing about the area that might be annexed.
North
So
of
my opinion is that however many houses there are is the density, because we talked about the overall. And if it's higher, it impacts the roads, it impacts the people in the area. And so that was what was considered in the original application. So I'm not okay with just excluding it, but I'm also not really okay with it being less than, because then it throws all this on. And that's why I think it goes back to needing a plan overall. So where you got yourself into this can't win situation is when you got the area for an amoeba-like
The simplification plan?
So it's a problem for you because you have entitled yourself to these number of units, and yet now you have to satisfy the board as to where they're going. And so that's on you.
I just want to point out on the flip side to that number of units that we're entitled to, we're also committed to a certain amount of open space that we must maintain as well. So there's still that balance. It's not green space goes away in lieu of because we have 1,500 units entitled. We still have a commitment to maintain.
But your commitment gave you squishy room.
Which is why
Which
you
most
do preliminary
zoning
development
do.
plans. Life gives us squishy.
Well, but now what you have to do is tell us where things are going. And that's why I go back to, I think the application should be for the entire area.
Well, that's not how you guys zone things.
Part of the code says that. I'm sorry.
Could you repeat, hold on,
Well,
Yeah.
here's the problem is that in the past, nobody has gotten this entitlement to a total amount, and you get to pick where it is.
Does it solve that concern if they, at some point in the future, modify the underlying the big picture
Yeah.
to reduce it, let's say, following the annexation? Again, I'm not rooting for it, but assuming that goes through, as they usually do, if that goes through, well, they need to kind of true things up anyway.
We have that plan.
Okay, but I mean, doesn't that address if they would bring this back?
Yeah,
through?
I mean, it does, we just haven't seen it.
Cut off the piece again, that's not gonna be considered part of this development anyway. I mean, it
Except for that they have density that includes the entire area. So however many units is in the entire area affects what's not.
right,
annexed.
but if that piece is no, and I'm sorry,
Right.
if that piece isn't in the township anymore, it's not gonna be zoned PRD, PCD
Right.
anymore.
Right.
So it can't be the denominator in the density calculation anymore.
Well, except for that it is. Well,
Well,
that's,
but it's
but
gonna-
you have gotten a number of units for the entire area. So if they put more in that area in the city, then that has to be reduced because it's for the entire area. There's this many units that they have entitlement to.
See, and what I'm saying is, if the property, if this chunk at Peach Blow and
Peach Blow.
like.
It's north of
is
Peach
in-
Blow.
Is in the city, it's like whited out on that map, right? It's not part of the township. So whatever units were committed to that area are not part of.
But they're not to that area. They're allowed to put it
They're only
anywhere.
calculated, okay, well then that goes back to my original suggestion. Have them formally modify the underlying number, subtract the 56 lots or whatever, subtract the acreage.
But the problem is
I
that
don't
they'll
like
put,
that.
no, I'm not, because what they'll do then is put more in the city, puts more in the roads, and that was in the calculation for the entire number.
You may not understand, but the part
I
that's
may
in the
not.
city, was in the township.
Right.
It always was in, so it was always in the plan. So the plan included that. So if you take that out, and you take out all of those homes, then the whole number gets reduced by those numbers.
But isn't that?
Of the
what we want?
houses that are.
But that's not what.
So
That's what Dan's saying.
So to me, really, and I may be legally way out, is that when they annex, that number actually is totally invalidated. Because the plan is not the plan.
I think there's an element, I mean, invalid, it's an element of the truth. Yeah, I mean, not, that's a weird way of saying it. The numbers, so say what they had before, again, I don't have it in front of me, I may not have even read it cover to cover, I'll be honest. But if what it says is 1,000 acres and 1,000 units, again, I'm not suggesting it says that, but it says 1,000 acres and 1,000 units. And now, it's not 1,000 acres, it's 900 acres.
And it's not 1,000 units.
Right, but
Well,
she's just using.
right. And it still says we just practically, right, the text is still gonna say 1,000 acres, 1,000, but we know it's never gonna be 1,000 based on the numbers now. Unless they rezone, they get more property, rezone more property, that's a whole other situation. But why couldn't you reduce, okay, well, it's not gonna be 1,000 and 1,000, it's gonna be 900 and 900. Doesn't
I'm
that
okay with
solve?
But I'm
But he's not.
I'm okay with that. But
Because.
that's not what they're saying they're gonna do.
No, he, again, Ken, I appreciate it, but Ken wants both sides. He wants it. Remember, we knew when we originally zoned this, we were told, hey, guess what? That's to get sewer or any service over there. And so was the Evans family knew this. It's gonna be annexed and there's an agreement between the township, the Delco, the city, whatever.
I know that history. Why?
And what
why
I'm
are you not
saying-
okay with it?
Because if they put 200 homes in an area that was a lot of 50, and they only take 50 out, and we have on the roads now, and our comprehensive plans and our zoning was based on what could be handled in the area. If you all of a sudden throw more traffic on, that takes about away the walkability of the area, because now you've got more cars there.
But they might,
That's good.
what happens on the property that's not in the township, and you know, what happens on, is we're gonna have zero say-so over that. Zero.
I totally get that. They can put 1,000 units there.
Right.
And eat up
Even
all
if
their.
they take out
No.
0 of the units
No, we're-
in the Evans farm tax.
The only thing I will commit
But
to
any-
tonight,
It's not gonna
Hold
be-
on,
out
yeah.
of 56 units that were
They can't take away what has already been
out of
approved.
now.
But in this adding to,
There,
it would be taken away.
it's reality.
So my suggestion with the mod, and again, we can all, that is a bigger picture conversation that maybe isn't what we wanted to get all the way into tonight, but hearing the concern that property is going somewhere else, if they took units away from here, where would they go? Why can't we just subtract the number? I mean, eventually, at some point, not tonight,
Of units.
update that underlying text of the density and the acreage and the number of units to reflect this new reality that binds them to not 1,000 acres in or 1,000 units in 1,000 acres, binds to 900 units in 900 acres.
So is what you're saying, which I think is different than what they are saying, is that you take it proportionally out,
Yeah, that's what,
not what was originally planned in that area.
I don't know what that number should, so I don't read into what I was saying. I don't know what that number should be. I was coming from the number of units anticipated to be in that area.
Yeah,
Maybe we don't know that.
I'm not okay with that.
So,
They said what was actually, they thought, but they put the big lots there, and then the little lots here, and then the number, and so when they subtract it, they're taking away
40.
the smaller number, but in reality, they were planning a larger number in that area. It's disingenuous. That's my concern.
I understand.
Yeah, can I ask that the disingenuous, really, it's not fair statement about us and what we're trying to do.
How I feel it's fair.
Yeah, but we're not, it's how you feel, but we're not being disingenuous at all. We're open book and we're trying to figure something out
and work with everybody on a great development that we can get going in Berlin Township. And there has been
Okay, so
nothing
let's go
other.
back to our original question. Where are they going?
Well, I think our solution that we talked about for 30 minutes was that we're going to provide you a map that shows the originally approved plan and where we're putting those. And that was going to be this Exhibit 8, which we're going to
Oh,
provide.
wait, no, Exhibit 8 is.
Exhibit
old.
9.
This would be Exhibit 9.
Yeah.
Exhibit 9 will be the flip side to it,
Yep.
That
And
answers,
so, yeah, sorry.
the accounting map.
that answers some part of my question. My other question is, how does this apply to the original book? Okay? When we get all done with this, when we get all done with what we're doing, assuming that we approve something, that something's gonna be turned over to our zoning department to be able to implement. And what you all are asking is for the zoning department to sort out how all of this fits in the book. And somehow or another, Miranda is gonna figure that all out themselves, and they're gonna come in with a plan that meets what the zoning department does. Or the zoning department has to supervise the Miranda people. So what we need is a book that has everything in it, the way it's supposed to be, and the way it's supposed to be done. Miranda taught us that that's very important because of the Shadow Creek development, a long time ago.
And we would be more than willing to do that once we have everything that we need to incorporate into it one time.
Yeah, let's,
And the thing is,
For the boundary that we described in this application.
the thing is, you have the development that's over at Hollenbeck and Old State. The Wayne Pius property.
Yes.
Okay, all that development.
Mhm.
Okay, and it's in there, and we've done that, and we've approved it, and they're in the process of putting it together and all that sort of stuff. And it was looking at some changes to the book. And so then you gotta ask, which part of the book are we modifying with this? Are we modifying the original book, or are we modifying the part over there?
which is, yes, which
So
is,
so what we need is the piecemeal, it's gotta be a complete piecemeal to cover all of this sort of stuff, besides the implications on the whole big plan. So right now, what you all are asking us to do is to take this and somehow or another, we all kind of assume, we all go out of here, everybody with a different idea of what it means. And I don't wanna do that. I don't want that at all.
right,
Well,
no,
I want something that I can hand to a new zoning inspector or new zoning people to work with.
And I just want to point out,
And that's the second question.
I don't disagree, I agree 100% with that, Raj, the accounting map and that. I just want to make sure that we're clear that
Yes, I agree.
that there will be, that text that we give you will only be applicable to that boundary that we've described in here.
I understand this could all be applicable to the, maybe it was the original plan. I don't know that it's defined in here.
It would be the original text, only applicable to this boundary map that we've described legally. And then the Arrowhead has theirs, the Rockford piece has their piece.
And what I want is a whole document.
Got it.
Defined.
I agree 100%.
And something else that would help a little bit on this map as far as the parking, we're talking about street parking and that sort of stuff. The way it works, unless you've got a wide street, is you park on one side of the street.
Yes.
The side that doesn't have the park ones on it.
right.
And if you take the 41 foot for your, or the 43 foot for your houses, take out 16 foot for the driveway, take out another 6 foot for the wings on the driveway, you've got 21 foot left for each lot, which is one car. So you've got one car on one side of the street, and the other side of the street doesn't have any parking. But you've got one side of the street that has one car per that one side of the street house.
Yeah.
As far as street parking goes.
Theoretically.
Yeah.
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, but that's the way it's gonna average out.
Yeah, it will average out somehow.
And that's not including the stop sign, 100 feet for the stop sign, so.
Well, did you take that out, you take out most of the things?
So, I'll go on to my second point.
With the street parking, Kevin, as part of the final engineering, that's where we indicate where parking can and cannot occur on the street. Correct.
That's correct.
So that is part of the next phase to this, is identifying where no parking signs are located on the engineering plans.
Could I see the one that you handed out? You had the original.
You're not gonna hold.
We're not
No, I'm not gonna look at it.
Don't give
It's
it-
not for,
no.
I'm not looking at the new name. I'm looking at the old.
Do I have to hold it, or can I? I like to keep it simple. Hopefully.
You said, well, what was this?
This was the
Presented where?
2016 version, right?
No, that was the original proposed amended PRD. Before this plan right here,
Before it had
did I show this?
Yeah, you can show anything you
What
want.
was the original?
This is the original 2016 plan. So we're in this zone somewhere, generally.
Got it.
Remember the conversation we had about
Yeah. And then this was the,
that's where we were in the
First
fall, last year, September, October-ish.
yeah,
That was that plan, so
yeah.
that's evolved to what we're talking about tonight, which is on the first page of that document, and in your booklet. Railroad tracks, Pyatt Road, even west of Pyatt Road, there's,
Remember, I'm gonna send you that.
Yeah. I
Number
just,
8.
I can't read it, so I'm actually zooming
Right.
in on the acreage here.
so what we have for the accounting plan
Yeah.
is the original Berlin Township preliminary development plan, has this layout, and it has accounting, lots, open space. And we have a version of that for our current layout, for our accounting.
With a legend that shows the green space
Yes.
requirement and density, all that.
And that's what we will provide as exhibit 8 and 9.
Okay, so just talking about our parcel for tonight. How does it compare green space wise?
I would say this probably has more, just given how far away that is from the.
Yeah, because it comes down here now, right?
It's a totally different shape.
One-way street.
But there is, just looking at the parcels itself under consideration, there is a reduction in the green space, but the layout is different, right? So,
And I would say that along with how lots may shift to another area, the green space must shift as well. That's where I was going with that comment earlier.
yeah,
You're not
so,
just shipping green lots, you're also shipping, making sure that we're, generally, if it's 1,000 lots and 25% open space, that's what we still have to maintain for our accounting purposes.
right.
Whatever comes in the future, it needs to account for that total.
So your argument would be, or your statement would be, the density is still justified because the green space and walkability
Yes.
is still there.
That's where I'm going with it.
Actually, at this point.
We're not reducing the proportionate amount of open space. We're maintaining and we're increasing.
And we are, this plan had 201
And
lots.
we know how much.
And now it's
We've got a area
183, right?
Yeah, but again, it's not fair because some of them were over here, and now that we squared everything out, this is a better plan that we've all talked about that we're submitting tonight. That plan is.
I mean, I really liked that original plan.
The original plan was good.
I mean, it's,
I understand that the roads changed and they have to deal with that. But the original plan made sense. I was so for it. I'm not for what this is. And I know that it's not all their fault, but I don't think it makes sense. The original made sense. They talked about celebration and I had the great vision. They had the picture of the steeple, you walk down there, it was very walkable, it was very friendly, you could talk to your neighbors, the porch to porch looked great. There were no garage doors, I love that. I mean, the original was fabulous. I voted for it. That's not what I'm saying tonight.
In the end, well, it's not what you see on paper in your mind, but at the end, you'll be very pleased with what you voted for.
Well, I
The Berlin
pleased with
Township.
how I vote.
I-
I'm not
I-
sure you will be pleased with how I vote. Well, but I haven't made up my mind yet because you may change it to a way that might be acceptable.
Right.
Okay, if we can go back to my
Thank
second
you.
question.
I like this. I'm not, I like this. I like this
It's
layout
okay,
of what you're
yeah,
showing.
I agree.
Well, so just real quick, that was the right side though, that was the fall version, right?
Yes.
And now we will be submitting Exhibit 9, which will have the
Mhm. Yeah,
new version.
got it. Thank you guys.
Okay, so my second question is, BZC made a requirement that any landscaping that was in the road right away would be maintained by the homeowners association.
Yep.
What landscaping is going to be in the road right away?
Street trees.
Pardon?
Street trees.
Okay, the board has been very clear in the past that street trees would not be in the road right away.
We approved for Evans Farm street trees in the right of way. It was all on our plans, original approval. And we, as we've done throughout Evans Farm, have the HOA maintain them, the street cut up to our board.
Let me just ask a couple questions on that. What kind of trees are you talking about?
Remember, we had a list in the back of the original zoning book that we would allow for street trees. And then we've mixed them so far. We've mixed, we have some,
Well, the
Birch
reason- the reason I asked.
right,
is
Tony,
not so
yeah.
important on the trees, but tree roots tend to destroy the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Those are the homeowners association or the homeowners.
Right,
problems,
right.
okay? And they will destroy the street, same thing.
yeah, I think, and again, remember, we did that whole long list of street trees that the roots grew down and we made them 7 foot wide, the right of ways to make sure those tree lawns to make sure that didn't happen. And,
Sure.
you know,
And,
you're right, too, hundreds of years from now, we may.
the other thing that we run into with street trees like that is typically the homeowner really don't want the trees trimmed. They don't want them cut up, they don't want to move. And what you gotta do is plant the tree, and it's this tall, gets a whole bunch of branches in there, as the tree gets taller, you gotta cut them off.
HOA.
So you
You guys do that?
We actually.
You guys do that down in Orange Township.
That's your problem managing.
It is, yeah. And we have, actually, the HOA hired an arborist now, and he's going through and we're replacing some trees that, weren't planted correctly. We live up to the 14 feet, so the kids, if they had their hands out on the school bus, the whole thing, yes. So that's all on us.
But the reason we've gone away from street trees is just the maintenance cost of street trees.
Right,
It's a huge cost.
Because most of the subdivision development wanted them in, but then they said, well, heck with it, we don't want to maintain it and take that on our HOA, so we'll just put them in the front yard. And that's okay with you guys, because then it didn't affect you guys having to
And
maintain.
in that book that you give us, it's got the complete stuff, we need to have a complete list of those trees.
Okay,
Because we got a whole,
It's in there.
to the fire to make sure that those trees get put in properly.
okay, yeah, no.
And part of
You
that,
guys gotta-
Well, no, and
Well-
I'll say this, and I'll say this, we have determined throughout Evans Farm that the master HOA, the Evans Farm master HOA is taking care of all these properties. So there will not be, other than the Epcot on South Old State in Orange, where they've got internal private streets, there will not be a sub-association that Miranda or their people maintain. The master association, the Evans Farm Master Association is responsible for it. So that's how we've made sure that doesn't happen. Come back to a point where anybody's having to oversee them other than what we're doing for the whole.
So you're saying that the HOA will fix the streets that are damaged by the roots?
No,
So
no.
who's going to fix them?
We are planting trees. We're responsible for those trees in that tree line.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I get that. So you're taking the responsibility if it should happen to damage the road, the HOA will fix the road.
How's that?
We can't.
Street trees go down on the road.
Okay, but if it causes the damage by the tree and you're maintaining it, it sounds to me like, and if it's not gonna cause a problem, you have no reason to not commit to it because it's not gonna cause a problem, it's not gonna cost you a thing. But if it does, then you will fix the
Well,
road.
let's look at this after our lifetime, because that's when it'll happen. We won't be here. And so how,
So you can.
does anybody ever handle what he's asking to handle?
Then move the trees out of the right of way.
Yeah,
We reserve the right to remove the trees
Yes.
if it is causing damage. to our
Yes.
road.
I would just interject.
I go back to issues.
We've been going all night long about walkability. And one of the key elements of new urbanism and walkability are street trees in a tree lawn. Creating separation between pedestrians and traffic, creating that canopy. It
Yeah,
is.
and we're just,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
like that idea.
our responsibility is to maintain the safety of the roads, and so if a tree were to
I
affect our
understand.
road, we reserve the right to remove it.
Yeah.
And
I
in
think that-
25 years of
But-
work, I've never seen a street tree damage a street.
Liability, if they're saying it's not gonna damage the road, then they have no problem taking that liability. It's not gonna damage the road.
6 inches of aggregate base and 6 to 8 inches of asphalt or something like that. Well, that's some serious trees.
Then you have no problem committing to it.
I don't think
That the
I don't think we
HOA
can
will fix
commit
the
to
road.
it.
if
Take care of the
it
road.
damages.
it's the counties. I don't think we can claim that.
There wouldn't be clear path to doing what you're describing. I'm certainly willing to listen. I hear your concern. I'm willing to take a look at that.
I
and see
think
if there's another way.
Can we commit though to, in the zoning, in the book that we finally end up with, can we commit to them having the ability to remove the tree if it's,
Well, if it's in the road right away, how could we not have that ability already?
yeah, you're right. I'm just,
Yeah.
But,
That,
Answering Megan.
but then we have to pay to remove it. And we're not gonna remove it unless it's causing damage. And then it's gonna have a repair cost.
How about, how about if the tree is causing damage, the HOA will pay for the removal of that tree at the township's request?
that's fair,
That's
but we
just-
can't get into the, yeah.
Yeah.
And we're gonna, look, we've got,
But you know the neighbor's gonna have the owner of the property is gonna have a problem if it's
Can't
not
fix
causing
it all.
damage. And if it's caused damage, it's sort of too late. We're not gonna remove it unless it causes damage.
Yeah, we can only go off the evidence that we have though, so we would have to wait to observe it.
At which time are you gonna?
Yeah, and then we will charge the HOA for
The
that.
reason for
Well,
that,
not to fix
the
Not
reason
to
for
fix the road,
the
but
list of trees is to make it easy on the homeowners
I
association
think it's just.
and the township, but the homeowners association, if they're
Because
maintaining,
you can have.
something slips in an oak or maple,
It has to be.
which is gonna cause all these problems. If you got the list, you got it all straight, then the homeowners association can go back to the homeowner that.
But you guys
Yeah,
already.
put
Trustee-
approved this.
right,
You
Trustee
already
Buller,
approved
as
this.
part of the
Five
final,
people talking here, one at a time. We
I want to address this issue
Sorry
with
about that.
trees.
once they start changing, they can do their original plan. I have no problem. I love the original.
We're talking, so,
I do not want, let me say this about the right of way of the trees. We do not want to, again, here we are arguing about making sure this looks a cohesive Evans Farm plan. We are not gonna get to this early line and then have stupid street trees placed in the front yards. That will look so ugly.
So you're saying the rest of Berlin Township looks ugly because.
No, if we required, we have a plan, as we said, discussing the Evans Farm, we have street trees in the right of way in that lawn. I like your idea. We would have to remove them if they're causing damage. And I like Ron, I appreciate it. We need to, in the book, make sure that the list of trees and that the trees that are put in are down rooted and not the stuff
Dan, to back that up.
50, 60 years from now.
It is
It will all be gone.
And we provide a final development plan where we call out what those trees are, and somebody reviews it against the code, against the text. So that's the next step to this.
Really, you might want to put it in the HOA covenants or the list of things that the homeowner is on, just so that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because
It's
it
very
will be a problem.
They got a purpose to do what they're doing.
To put the trees in the tree.
That's not allowed in our resolution, so when it says, we'll look at the code, I don't think he really means it, I think.
What I said was, we have the development code, the standards, the book that Ron's talking about,
The plan, yeah.
has the list of
You know, you
permanent
meant the
trees.
zoning resolution.
When we submit our final development plan with landscape plans, where we call those out, the inspector cross-references that with the permanent material, and
So here's a concern that I have in regard, this is more of a concern than a question. When you, put this out, it's construed as to what it's going to be. But what it says is conceptual plan list, which to me means nothing. Because conceptually, it can happen. It's like when people tell me I could put a $10 million house on this lot. Well, yeah, you can, but you won't. So I have a concern that you put this there. Now, do you have to put this in there? I don't know, it's not a final. But when you put it in here, it conveys the feeling that this is what's gonna happen, when in fact.
you don't want me to
it
do
is-
that?
That is what's gonna happen.
So a final development plan,
Improve.
you can look at it and say, they are meeting what they told us at preliminary.
That's the final development.
That's why we provide it
That's where.
conceptually now, so you have a little further to judge the final development plan. It's to our benefit to not put it in, frankly. And every other,
Let me ask, are you able to conceptually, will they actually have to do this?
Tell me again what plan we're looking at, conceptual
Landscape
Plant
plan.
list.
landscape.
Plant.
Yeah, yeah, so the point of, is exactly like I said. The way you review final development plan is if you judge compliance with preliminary. So this is their pencil and the final will be ink.
And you'll be at that meeting.
I plan to.
Yeah. Okay, then I'm gonna press it, because in the past, conceptual is not absolutely no.
Right, they're reserving, to the extent they're reserving any rights to themselves, I suspect, not trying to put words in anyone's mouth, that they're waiting on final engineering, final landscape.
And I get that, that's the
final-
reason
that's-
why you
that's-
have a preliminary.
I
review
suspect
final. I
the
get that.
only reason. it says
What I
conceptual.
don't appreciate is when they say this is what,
Could be.
and it really have no intention of implementing. But if you're saying it's got teeth, then
It does, and I believe they're both on the record saying.
And we have
this is the
full
plan.
intention of implementing.
okay. At this time, I would defer to my colleagues.
Since we're on plants, we talked about the hedging in the front, and I understand how that, makes for a different eye line, especially on the sidewalk.
Streetscape, yeah.
Yeah. But it seems to go against the front porch community vibe because it's hedging not just against the driveway and the cars in the garage, but also against the front porch. Is the whole community that you envision
So
hedged
all
the
of
way
our,
through? And you
Yeah.
understand my concern?
all of our requirements, I don't care what township you're in, you're required to do a hedge, a fence, or a wall,
garden wall.
that is along the front, right against the sidewalk. So the sidewalk's here, your hedge, your wall, and then the walkway up to the porch comes out to the sidewalk. So it's,
How tall are the hedges?
they cannot be, because I had to cut mine down this year. I caught myself. They can't be more than 36 inches high. So that's what happened. So
You can
even my
still
head
see the
is,
front porches
oh yeah, that's,
when
it's a nice
you're-
Well, that's my
private
question, if the toddler is on the road and they're on the sidewalk and they come out, how close are they to the driveways?
They're off the back of the sidewalk, to the driveway, to the sidewalk. The purpose of this hedge, given that we are providing front porches and people sit there, is to create this semi-private space. It helps define the space between the public right of way, which includes the street and the sidewalk. And then that front yard becomes a semi-private space. It indicates don't walk on my property.
Yeah, so
Because it
like-
is-
Every house is an Evans
So
Farm,
when
even the
you're
ones we have with front facing garages.
walking,
This-
so this is a sidewalk, right?
Yep.
Sorry.
No,
When
that's
you're
okay.
walking and you have a toddler and then now you have the garages in the front here and the Tahoe backs out. And what if the Tahoe can't see because of the hedge? And the toddlers, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we have the same thing on our front loaded garages at Evans Farm. I mean,
Yeah.
we,
I mean, have you guys, I'm sure that you guys have addressed the concern before, so.
We have done this detail on all, I don't know if you want to know where they are, but they've been done in other developments.
I would like to go look at it. Give me an example.
Parton Ridge, Dublin, Ohio,
Well, can't we go to
Or
your
Evans Farm.
house? Yeah, I mean.
or go to
It's not
Evans
your
Farm.
place. My question is, could we reduce the height of the hedges to 2 feet? So that they don't grow up too high?
I think you run into a challenge of horticulturally, the survivability of a hedge that's too low. I would say not lower than 30 inches.
How tall is the toddler?
It's a giant
I
tent.
mean, I really don't know.
Well, so.
how old's the toddler is a better question.
Well, but no,
somebody
but
who can
Or
walk.
he could have tall.
here's
tall
what, here's
parents.
what I'm thinking is,
he could
you
tall
have, if you have a hedge that's 2 feet tall, 24 inches, you can always see over and see a toddler or somebody crawling or something like that. When you get up to 3 feet, which, I'm a little bit altitudinally challenged, so you're like right here. Now I really like, you could be like a 3-year-old running and I can't see you still. You know what I'm saying? Unless maybe I'm on the porch. And so maybe getting to 30 inches might help alleviate that. So we can maybe meet in the middle there. Oh my God, don't measure me.
No, I'm not. No, we're just talking.
I mean, here's the other thing I would
We
point out.
can't, and we can't restrict,
There's nothing that prohibits somebody
can't
from
restrict short toddlers. either.
putting something there, even if we didn't have that requirement.
So it's right there.
Prohibits
That's-
them from
Well,
planting
picture
something
yourself.
This is 30.
Yeah, 30's fine.
This is 30
30
inches.
inch,
30's fine.
Yeah.
applicable to the garden wall, fence, or hedge.
Yes.
Yeah. That makes
That
sense.
sound good?
Yeah.
I think,
Because that alleviates that garage concern for me, maybe not for you still, but like,
But,
you're
yeah.
pulling out, you can still see, it's not,
The pulling out concern really is more on the street, because the parking on there, I have a hard time with my daughter's vehicle, to be able to see, because you've got one vehicle here, you've got one vehicle
Oh,
there.
yeah,
And when you pull out, you can't see. Now you've got another impediment of the hedge, so you've gotta look. It's multiple.
yeah, it's not just the sidewalks, it's also the car park. But that obfuscated, or that prevented view would be true no matter the subdivision, right?
Absolutely, but we don't have any subdivisions that's got 43-foot lots.
Fair enough.
That
That-
then
that's-
restrict how close you have to park to the
Yeah,
right.
yeah, I see that.
That, I mean, I love on-street parking because I use it, because, it's just useful. And if you have guests, I mean, you've got to have on-street parking.
Mhm.
But when you're restricted and then you're down 7 lots to get to your house, if you have guests, that's long, and then, but it's the cascading effect. Because then everybody has to move up, and that's why being next to that stinking stop sign, you have to push everything up.
Mhm.
But I don't want that road.
Okay, no, but noted, well noted. Okay, so hedge addressed,
Yes.
okay. Multi-use paths. Am I correct to presume that they are along Hyatt?
Yeah, that's the 10-foot.
The 10-foot is all on Hyatt right
Yeah.
here.
It's something there at the top, what it is.
Yeah, and then within the development plan, was there any consideration for like around the back connecting up through?
I think we have.
Like coming around the back here too, or like, I don't know, I think that my colleagues are not as friendly to this, but
Well,
the
no, I think.
trail along the.
What we ran
I
into
think
there.
Trustee Buller is insistent around something around pond so that people don't think this is their backyard and that people can walk around.
We did consider it, and what we have here is a grading issue, and we had, where are you really going? And our thought is that since this connects to the town center, there is an on-street path. This is a wider sidewalk that runs through here. So I think this is what, a 6 or an 8 foot wide sidewalk, Dan, that runs along this side. So it takes you from the town center along this side, it takes you past that park, takes you to this park, and then it takes you to Mike terminate.
So it's a,
That's in lieu of going.
it's an 8-foot sidewalk?
I'm asking.
In lieu of a multi-use
I think that's what we
going
have.
this way, they envisioned a wider sidewalk so that it's got very destinations, which I actually do agree with that. Yeah, but why do you need a path?
I think Ron just said it. He's.
Don't envision a path along here.
Yeah,
So we,
oh, you mean right here?
we proposed this as an 8 foot wide
Yeah. The other thing is, these things are gonna be so deep.
Right,
in lieu of.
Just-
so right here.
We've got 4 people talking and they're all whispering.
I'm not whispering, I'm quite loud,
I
actually.
just want to make sure
But
none of this is going on the record.
The problem is multiple people speaking at the same time.
So everyone's clear, right here, so we envision a path along Shanahan. So this little section, could you guys commit to putting in a 10-footer right there for that little portion?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you describe what you're just?
You can show.
Where the described boundary touches Shanahan on the south.
Okay.
We'll extend the 10 foot.
What's going on alongside the road?
To-
Would be the
The
same.
theory being able to
Right.
connect whatever
You got
Yeah.
C2.
Yeah, someday.
Structure definition.
happens.
You look at C3,
C2, we're gonna look at C2 real quick.
C2 up in the upper right hand corner.
Yeah, that was.
Well, no, I was just, when you said that, I was just looking at Kevin.
Having said so.
Okay, good.
It says 8 foot wide,
So
asphalt
But the
path,
concrete is
5 foot.
not 6.
He said 8. He
Yeah,
said
so
8.
along here, you can clearly see that this is an 8 foot wide.
Yeah, but it
path.
says 5 foot wide concrete sidewalk, is what he said.
That's showing where it is 5 feet on the other side.
Okay, we're,
I'm
so,
sorry.
yeah.
So you need to
I'm
look,
unclear.
so it's not, where we're committing to halfway widths
Yep,
is on this exhibit. We're showing the 10-foot path,
yes.
we're showing the 8-foot path
Oh,
sidewalk.
okay, it's only on one side, that's
Okay.
8 feet.
It's on the side
That's
that has
what,
the
yes,
amenities.
yes.
And it's on the side that will take you to
Got
the
it.
town center.
Thank you, yes, that's,
The 8 foot path is on one side.
the 8 foot path is on one side, yeah, and then the 5 footer is on the north. That actually answers my other question. So,
Okay, so we got to move on.
Hold on. Well, I think that, if we have, the overall concept with the accounting, I think that then there might be a couple other questions, but I'm good for now.
I don't have it.
Okay, so at this point, I'll open the floor to those in favor of the proposed application? Hearing none, I'll take those in opposition. Hearing none, what is your bill?
Well, I would say, after hearing everybody's input, that we have some lists and some presentation to bring back. So I would ask that you table this for this evening and allow us to address all that we've talked about tonight, our commitments, what we've addressed with you, and bring it back at the next meeting for a vote.
How much time do you need?
For the next meeting, will you expect the original updated text?
I would expect that what you want me to vote on should be the complete package.
Okay.
Okay,
That will probably be the
that's
hardest
what-
piece to do.
That's what I'm looking for, is a complete package. We can work on.
Okay.
What if we
The
did
reason
the
I'm
first
asking
meeting
about,
in September to give you guys time?
we have a trustee here that's gonna be here one more meeting. And then we're gonna have Megan and myself. We'll be trustees probably through September. That's 2 meetings in September. And the thing is, if we voted on it, we have to be in agreement or it fails, because it's a one-on-one vote, until we can get another trustee appointed. And Megan and I have to work together, or trustee Rail and I have to get another trustee appointed. So, but I'm leaving it up to you.
Yeah, what do you guys?
Well, when I'm open to a special meeting as well.
I'm sorry, what's the time frame? Is it 2 weeks?
What is your bill?
So
Well, we're saying the first meeting in September.
potentially, but
To give
so
us time.
if you want trustee, not if you want. Trustee O'Brien will be here through August 31st.
So
We could do a special meeting outside of the next regular.
my
trustee
question is, what date would you
This
want
is
the completed
September.
materials delivered to the township?
I want 4 days for review.
4 days, okay.
Now, considering, and I'm just trying to think, and it's not that I don't want to fit you in for a meeting, but I'm thinking, I mean, it's
Yeah.
already the 16th, 2 weeks, I think when is the first meeting in September?
The 9th, I believe.
Eight.
8th?
Yeah, because isn't the first Monday?
Oh, yeah. 8th of September would be our first.
September 8th.
Then I would say, give us time I want to make sure that we've got this tight and to the point, you know, we've addressed all your concerns and it's very clear and there's no
Fuzziness. with-
fuzziness,
Yeah.
there's no lines wrong, and so that's gonna take us through, so let's do September 8th.
And so you would expect materials for that, we
The
could,
Thursday before.
okay,
Yeah.
September 4th.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my question,
Oh,
my understanding is, and maybe fall in this one, is that even if a third trustee comes, that only these two have had the background and only these two would be for that.
No, generally not.
That's true for
We
BZC.
have a presumption in elected, whether you're elected or appointed or otherwise, that you can bring yourself up to speed. If you can't bring yourself up to speed, you should note that on the record and recuse yourself. But the presumption is that you can, in fact, get the history, get the background, read the materials that you need.
So that third trustee would just have to make that decision as to whether or not, and if they say no, then they would just recuse themselves. And there's no question of that, they would just recuse.
Correct.
So you might.
We
inform
won't, but
them
we
whether-
won't have a trustee on the
do
8th.
you want to do that?
Well, great. Still up to you, what to do.
Yeah, it-
I have nothing to say about
we
that.
would- I mean, I
It's pretty tight.
I anticipate interviewing on the 8th, potentially, so.
But you could, I mean, potentially, you could vote for that.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
I,
It's a theoretical possibility.
Until the next meeting.
Okay, so should we accept as exhibits all of what we've been provided so far, as well as if they're gonna send those other two, should we wait to accept those two as exhibits till we have the documents?
You can go ahead with 8.
Yeah,
It exists, we just need a copy.
okay,
9, my understanding is it needs some work
yeah.
to get to a place where it's not, so I would not do anything with 9.
But what should we do in regards to,
Change all these things.
well, no, we're not doing that. I don't think, one, two,
This is saying.
the advertisement is just anything for just.
Yes.
This application.
No, it was for the,
We can do it for all.
BZC meeting.
So, do we need to, make an exhibit or notice about this meeting?
Oh, wait. Yeah, it was for this meeting.
It
We
was
did
for-
set it.
Okay. So then-
And
So do I have a motion?
move to accept exhibits 1 through 7, as provided in the initial binder for BZC 16-001 Amendment 3. With the latter taking precedence over the former.
Do you want to have 8 included in this as
I'm
well? or
doing 8
separate?
separate.
Okay. So moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Boyd. Did you get exactly what that was? Because I interrupted.
Exhibits.
I did, I'm just looking, I want a second to make sure I actually have all 7.
I noted, that I had mine in my packet.
Okay, but let's give it just a
I have a
second.
question.
He did not want to accept it as exhibit, however, talked about it, so we should have it as exhibit. Right, Jim?
It's a problem.
But now you're going to do your.
That's right. There we go. So,
So, 1 sec,
yeah, let's give the fiscal officer a moment.
exhibit 9.
We're on the one.
4, 5.
Well, I mean, I thought.
What is
we
7?
talked about exhibit 9 being.
7 is the noticing, it's, it looks sort of like,
And it looks like a Facebook post and a website post. Like this. 1, 2, 3, and 1. It has a sticker
it
to it.
looks like this.
It has its sticker.
I don't have it.
You would vote,
Come
it's
on,
supposed
back
to
to the.
Got it. Never mind, I've got it. 1 through 7, I'm good, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry about
Okay.
that.
moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Boyd. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, move to accept exhibit 8 as noted as an old map exhibit for a copy, digital copy to be provided by Evans Farm.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion.
I did not say this is a ladder document because it's not a ladder document.
Okay, you said to be what now?
To be provided by digital copy, as a digital copy by Evans Farm.
Okay. So for discussion, as noted by trustee Rail, it's not taking precedent because it's a document of a former claim.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien, trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes, gentlemen, we noted in exhibit 9 that still needs work, and that would be a new map with the accounting for the number of densities. So at this time, I'm going to skip over 9 to exhibit 10, which is the 10 features of a walkable community provided, referencing to December 22nd, 2023, accepting that as exhibit 10. And again, this is not a precedent-setting document, and it's a document for reference because we discussed it.
Second, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes. And those are all the documents at this time. Of note, we still will need to accept exhibit 9 in the next meeting. when we resume this case. As far as the date time, the 8th, it sounded like you
Well,
said.
let them make a request.
They
We did.
they requested it, I'm just confirming. the date.
Okay.
Yeah,
Did you decide?
September 8th,
Okay, and at what time would you like?
because the next one after
Sometime after.
September 8th is what? I just want to make sure.
22nd?
Yeah, September
Not really.
But, 8's late. I think
I
we're
mean, it's totally up to you guys, but
done early.
but what, the administrator has asked us that we
It'll
have, so that the chief doesn't have to wait here, and those people don't have to wait here.
On the 8th, it'll only be Megan, trustee Rail and I doing the things.
So,
7:30 is fine. I think.
Yeah, that's,
can I be optimistic and say we could get, dare we say we get through the agenda by 7 PM?
So you're gonna be interviewing me.
Yeah, that's true.
I would,
Was 7:30 okay?
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. So just to be clear, you're requesting a recess and continue?
Recess and continue, so.
Move to recess and continue BZC case 16-001 Amendment 3 to date, time, place certain of September 8th at 7:30 PM at 3271 Cheshire Road, at the applicant's request.
I second. Okay, moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard. Is there anything else for good of the order?
Yeah, I would like to just say thank you for your service for this township, and as much as we have fun in our discussions over the years, it's been a pleasure, and look forward to.
Well, I'm looking forward to
Really?
this farm being what
It will be. It will be. It will be, and we'll see you at the Berlin Town Center enjoying your walking around with
Well,
me.
I even go outside of Orange to Evans Farms establishments because they're nice.
They're nice, and it's
And I'm I'm anticipating that being in Berlin.
you can, and we're looking forward to it. But thank you.
Well, the hearing is over. He already wrote it.
No,
That's what it
this
is.
is supply.
But seriously, thank you.
Move to adjourn.
Moved by trustee Rail, is there a second? Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard, please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.